Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Bye.
Good morning, members. Members, good morning.
Recording in progress.
I'm not a member, but good morning, Chair.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning, Chair.
NTPP, how are you?
We are fine. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, I'm good. Members, good morning all. Good morning, NTPP, and all the executives that you are leading to this committee meeting today. Today we'll be receiving a briefing on the annual report, performance and spending for quarter 1 and quarter 2 of 2024-2025 financial year. The forward funding proposals towards the medium-term expenditure framework 2025. Members, I think as for the record, we must record that Honorable Brayton Park has a standing apology. She's attending the JSC interviews, and Honorable Swart is outside the country, and Honorable Matafa is attending another committee work oversight in the Eastern Cape. So, Committee Secretary, do we have enough members in the House?
Good morning, Chair. Yes, we have enough members to start the meeting. And just to indicate that Advocate Bredenbach is in attendance.
Is in attendance. Oh, Advocate Bredenbach, welcome back from the JC.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. NTPP, we are now going to give to you to do the presentation. You will tell us who is here with you attending the committee meeting from NPA. Then you proceed with the presentation. You can now proceed.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning again to you, Chair, and good morning to the honourable members. We are here this morning as the NPA to brief the committee. Firstly, let me inform the committee of who's present. I'm joined by the Deputy National Directors of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Omar Rabaji Rastaba, Advocate Anton du Plessis, and Advocate Rodney de Kock. Regrettably, I'm not sure if he's on, but he suddenly got quite sick last night. He said he will try to be on today, but we've had to, at the last minute, ask Advocate Bradley Smith to do the NPS part of the presentation that Advocate de Kock was meant to do. But he said he will try to be on and see how, you know, we deal with it with questions later, perhaps. But I know he's really not well this morning, so apologies for that, Chair.
Sorry, Chair, sorry for interjecting. Advocate de Kock is on.
Yes, no, he said he will join, but the presentation will be done by Advocate Bradley Smith, and if he needs to field certain questions, he will take them later. Thank you, Advocate Bredenbach.
That's fine. That's fine.
And we are also joined by a number of senior members of the NPA, because it's a virtual platform, that are able to join virtually. Chair, today we present our annual report to the committee, which is in terms of Section 22(4)(g) of the NPA Act. This section allows the National Director to prepare a comprehensive report in respect of the operations of the Prosecuting Authority. And it's different from the report to Parliament that the NPA submits as required by the PFMA, which is led by the Department of Justice. I also want to welcome members of the public that are on this platform and members of the media who might be following this important briefing. With regard to progress we've made in the past financial year, and we've also included aspects of what we've done in the last 5 years in terms of meeting our mandate. Before I call on certain members of the NPA to present on their specific portfolios, I would like to provide a few introductory remarks on the work that we've done so far in terms of trying to rebuild a fit-for-purpose NPA that really can meet the needs of the public. The first slide, in view of the fact that we are with some new committee members, we've put in a slide that talks to our vision, mission, and values. I'm not going to go through them, but I take it that I take it as read by the committee. If we can move to the next slide. This is also the legal framework that the NPA operates in. If you just go back to that slide, it deals with our constitutional mandate and the NPA Act that sets out specifically what the NPA's mandate is. The next slide. So in this, we've incorporated slides, as I said, on vision, mission, values, which we've passed through, and I'm not going to go through them. In essence, we work very much within a broader criminal justice system. And, it allows us, to operate with partners in the system. But as we know, in order to be effective within a value chain, we need all parts of the value chain to be working optimally so that the value chain is effective. And, when you work in value chains, you can only be as effective as the weakest link. So it's important that we see the NPA as working within this value chain. for various reasons, often the NPA is blamed for, not delivering on its mandate when we fail to meet certain expectations. But it's really important that this value chain is understood. We don't mind shouldering this blame, but it shouldn't actually happen at the expense of identifying the actual challenges that we face within the broader criminal justice system and within the law enforcement value chain. And this requires us to have a new approach to planning, to prioritizing, to budgeting, and to reporting. We really need to take a systemic approach to all of these issues. And I would even suggest that perhaps we need coordination and engagement between various portfolio committees. So, maybe occasional joint sittings to deeply interrogate system-wide challenges and opportunities might be something that we can consider. We should go to slides. I'm not going to go to all of this. It deals with all of our stuff. We can go to slide 6. As you all know, the NPA is in its final year of the 2020 to 2025 strategic plan implementation. Whilst we are also at the same time preparing for the upcoming strategic 5-year period. We've been actively engaged in finalizing the MTDP, the medium-term development plan, and we've been providing inputs at the JCPS level. Over the last 5 years, we've made important progress in rebuilding the NPA into a strong, fit-for-purpose institution. In the past year, we've been focusing on consolidating the foundation that we've built and the gains that we made to ensure that we continue to future-proof the NPA for the years to come. This report highlights the performance during the 2023-2024 financial year. But as I said, we will also look at the performance over the past 5 years since I took office in 2019. It also provides a quick snapshot of the performance of the NPA from March 2024 to August 2024, which is the Q1 and Q2 period. The report demonstrates significant progress that we've made in systematic rebuilding of an organization that was severely impacted by state capture. Even though I took office in 2019, the rebuilding of the NPA effectively started in the last 3.5 years, post getting a full leadership in place in 2021, and also post-COVID-19. And I can say that one of the important aspects of the NPA's rebuilding has been that we now have a full leadership with people of integrity who respect the rule of law and who are not beholden to politicians, to the public sector, or to anybody else. Through very purposive interventions and the adoption of key strategic initiatives and very dedicated staff in the NPA is performing significantly better than it did before the past 5 years. And we'll show you that trajectory later in this presentation. Despite this progress, however, which doesn't often make the headlines, the NPA has been subjected to often harsh criticism in respect to one aspect of our work, a very important aspect, I hasten to add, namely the prosecution of state capture and complex corruption matters. We welcome constructive and informed criticism, and we appreciate the South Africans' commitment to and yearning for accountability and justice. As citizens of this country as well, this is what we also want to ensure in our country. The last thing that South Africa needs is a complacent society, especially considering the damage and devastation that was caused by state capture-related corruption in particular. Yet, despite the criticisms against strong headwinds from those that are the subject of our investigations, we expect, but headwinds from those that we think should be supporting the work of the NPA, sometimes unexpectedly. Notwithstanding these, we have made significant strides in dealing with these matters in collaboration with our partners. And I'll just illustrate a few matters. South Africa is one of the few countries in the world that is prosecuting senior government officials, including ex-ministers, and private sector actors, including chief executive officers, chief financial officers, for complex corruption. Over the past 5 years, 39 high-profile state capture corruption matters were enrolled, and almost 700 government officials and over 1,000 private sector officials have been convicted of corruption. The Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, or IDAC, is the NPA's new and sharpest weapon in its arsenal. New in the sense of it now having permanence and powers. The legal framework has been strengthened as of June 2024. IDAC is now, as I said, a permanent prosecution-led unit with criminal investigative powers. We have, in addition, identified tailored support for the establishment of a digital evidence unit that will provide cutting-edge evidence capacity in the IDAC to further enhance its capability to combat complex forms of corruption. Can move to slide 7. In addition to the work of the IDAC, the NPA's Specialized Commercial Crimes Unit has enrolled 4 cases related to 16 recommendations from the Zondo Commission, including the asbestos matter and the SA Express matters. Several other matters will be ready for enrollment in the coming months and in the coming year. Our ability to prosecute many of these cases has been enabled by our successful processing, importantly, of incoming and outgoing mutual legal assistance requests, which has increased considerably and which is also part of one of our FATF requirements. Chair, I want to remind honorable members that prosecutions are only one leg of our two-pronged strategy to pursue accountability for those allegedly involved in corruption and other crimes. Taking back the money through innovative asset recovery measures is the other critical leg that is led by the Asset Forfeiture Unit in the NPA, so that criminals are unable to use or dissipate their ill-gotten gains, often to fight us in legal battles as well. Since inception, that's since 1999, when the AFU was formed, the AFU has frozen almost 30.38 billion rands. It has confiscated and forfeited 12.98 billion and recovered 11.7 billion, of which 6.8 billion has been returned to victims and almost 4.9 billion paid into the criminal asset recovery account, which is the CARA account. It's important to note that in this period since 1999, almost half, that is 46% of all freezing orders, 37% of all confiscations and forfeiture orders, and 44% of all recoveries have been attained in the past 5 years. Specifically in relation to fighting state capture and corruption matters, the AFU has secured freezing orders to the value of 18.9 billion, confiscation and forfeiture orders to the value of 8.3 billion, and recoveries to the value of 8 billion. This includes the seizure and forfeiture of the Optimum Colliery mine, which was bought by Tegeta Resources and was one of the biggest assets that was owned and linked to the Gupta family. The achievements of the AFU are informed by the adoption of an innovative strategy and an implementation plan, very ambitious, which prioritize innovative interventions such as non-conviction-based forfeiture, a focus on organized crime, a focus on international asset recovery, on corporate alternate dispute resolution mechanisms. Through this mechanism, several companies have been prosecuted and held accountable while the proceeds of crime have been recovered. And Advocate Rabaji Rastava will talk more about the Asset Forfeiture Unit interventions. A collaboration between the DPCI, the NPA, and the United States Department of Justice resulted in the recovery of $2.2 billion from the global conglomerate SAP. Of this amount, $750 million has been paid into the criminal assets recovery account. In slide 8, please. In collaboration with relevant stakeholders, we are making notable progress to address the FATF recommendations and contribute to removing the country from the FATF grey list. We also continue to make significant progress and important progress in dealing with cases of gender-based violence, femicide, and supporting the victims of GBV on their road to becoming survivors. One remarkable accomplishment in this area is that the footprint of our Tutuzela care centers, which are the one-stop centers to provide comprehensive pre-trial services to gender-based violence victims, has been expanded from 55 facilities in 2020-2021 to 64 facilities in 2023-2024. This is an increase of 9 facilities in the space of just 3 years. And this is also been made possible with really innovative partnerships with the private sector and with various internal and government organizations, entities, like the police, the Department of Health, the Department of Social Development, NGOs that actually help with various types of support to victims. We've also have a serial rapist prioritization initiative, which was launched in September 2023. This is also in an attempt to try to deal with the scourge of gender-based violence in a more innovative way. And what we've done is with the police is because of the DNA project, which resulted in the backlogs of the DNA reports being dealt with. And I think, I don't have the figures here, but we can provide them, but I think it was almost 40,000 or 45,000 of these reports that was received in a very short space of time. We've worked together with the police to identify the top 10 serial rapists per province and to ensure that these matters are enrolled, the trials are prioritized, and that we work towards ensuring justice. The work of the Missing Persons Task Team, which we recently shared in the context of our TRC matters, we recently shared this with the committee. It continues to make significant strides in tracing, locating, and returning the remains of many activists and victims and other victims who died or disappeared in political circumstances between 1960 and 1994, and returning the remains to the families. The MPTT, as it is known, has traced and returned the remains of the 10th of the Mamelodi 10 victims to the families in collaboration with the TRC unit in the Department of Justice, and has conducted symbolic reburials for many of the victims. This unit has also identified and mapped 44 graves in Zambia and 23 graves in Zimbabwe for exhumation. The homecoming ceremony for these heroes and the remains of these heroes and heroines, presided upon by President Ramaphosa, recently took place at Freedom Park. Let me be very clear that the work that we've done and the accomplishments made by the NPA are not as a result of chance, but by very purposeful design. Our Strategy, Operations and Compliance Unit, known as the SOC unit in the NPA, has led the NPA's turnaround strategy to build a capable, modern prosecution service. And some of the interventions include the following: establishing an Office for Ethics and Accountability, known as the OEA, to ensure the integrity of our staff and to drive forward our commitment to what we refer to as our IPAC values, our IPAC pillars: integrity, professionalism, accountability, and credibility, ultimately. We've launched a community prosecution initiative, I should say relaunched it, to deal proactively with crimes affecting local communities, and we've identified 48 sites as of April 2024. And here we work with all the stakeholders within government, but also many stakeholders outside of government, and importantly, communities, to identify the crime drivers in the communities and to work with partners in and out of government. And importantly, the community is part of the solutions to try to find long-term sustainable solutions to crime problems. We finalized the implementation, and we are implementing our corporate ADRM mechanism, as I mentioned earlier. We've also developed a proactive and innovative organized crime strategy to deal with this growing form of criminality. And we are working on this with our partners, in particular, the DPCI and the other parts of the SAPS. We've redesigned our approach to recruitment, retention, and skills development relating to specialized investigators and prosecutors in fields such as organized crime and other forms of commercial crime. We've also strengthened our staff capacity due to the NPA's unrelenting and successful budget advocacy. In the past 5 years, the NPA has increased the staff establishment by almost 2,000, 1,161 of which were aspirant prosecutors coming straight out of university who have since been absorbed and employed in the NPA. As part of building an organization premised on our IPAC values, disciplinary processes have been instituted against many colleagues facing allegations of impropriety. As we said, one of our pillars are integrity, and there is a zero tolerance to corruption, to other forms of dishonesty in the NPA. And we've dealt with 34 persons have been dismissed. Of the 605 grievances in this period, averaging about 120 cases per annum, 87% were resolved within the NPA and 13% escalated to the Public Service Commission. Our Strategy Operations and Compliance Unit, SOC as it's known, is also leading with regard to various key strategic initiatives to improve our performance and credibility. These include the following: a prosecution prioritization policy and practice, to prosecute more strategically, to target repeat offenders and crime syndicate leaders together with their assets, as well as crimes which disproportionately undermine public safety. We've realized that with the levels of crime we have in this country, we need to ensure that we strategically prioritize for impact, because the sad reality is that we cannot prosecute all the crimes in our country. Service delivery improvements we've made to enhance efficiency and effectiveness in our operations, in our processes, in our systems. We've also worked hard on amplifying the NPA's voice as a strategic influence on the broader JCPS with regard to priority matters. The effectiveness of the NPA is improved by representing the NPA in strategic national, regional, and global fora, representing law enforcement professionals, amongst others. The NPA, representing South Africa, recently became a member of the steering committee of the Globe E network. It is a leading anti-corruption law enforcement cooperation platforms for authorities of all UN member states and state parties to the UN Convention Against Corruption, that's UNCAC. And the NPA holds the vice chairship in the IAP. The importance of the Globe E collaboration is that it will really help us to informally cooperate with many countries with regard to mutual legal assistance requests that we need and which are critical for us to ensure the prosecution of many transnational cases, but in particular state capture related cases as well. Even though as an NPA, we are certainly not where we want to be in terms of an organization, we are very well on our strategic path to become the NPA that South Africans can be proud of. We've come a long way in the past 5 years. But to sustain that progress that we've made thus far, We really need to, as the NPA, enhance our operational and financial independence. This is key. Such independence is vital for the NPA to improve its efficiency in fearlessly prosecuting and holding the architects of corruption capable, and also to strengthen public trust and confidence in the NPA. The current design flaw of the NPA, where the DG of Justice is the accounting officer of the NPA, poses serious challenges in terms of the efficiency and operations of the NPA, and in many ways seriously undermines the leadership of a constitutional entity. So this matter really has to get urgent attention. The previous Minister of Justice, and the Portfolio Committee, the previous Portfolio Committee, made a commitment. The Minister of Justice made a commitment to the Portfolio Committee that legislative amendments to the NPA Act to address these aspects will be introduced by January 2025, and that is barely 4 or 5 months away. So the support of the current Portfolio Committee for this process is critically important for the NPA. The NPA is judged primarily on its performance in state capture matters, which, while understandable, sadly does not consider the significant work done in various other key focus areas, which we've set out in great detail in the annual report, and which also overlooks the work of thousands of very dedicated prosecutors in the NPA, working extremely hard every day to bring justice and accountability for victims in this country. Sadly, South Africa is a country ravaged by violent crime, including unacceptable levels of violence against women and children. So the NPA has to tackle, I should say, the twin crisis of complex violent crime as well as complex corruption at the same time. As our annual report demonstrates, the NPA is performing extremely well when it comes to the bulk of its workload, which relates to violent crime. Our court rolls are overcrowded, our prisons are full, and prosecutors secure thousands of convictions, very serious and relevant convictions every year with long terms of imprisonment. On complex corruption, South Africa, like many countries, is struggling to keep pace with the corrupt, who commit their crimes with unprecedented levels of sophistication, mostly on digital platforms designed to make evidence collection and presentation before court extremely difficult. Many accused also have deep pockets, and they come to court with armies of expensive lawyers who are well-versed in the delay and distraction tactics. This does nothing for confidence in the rule of law. We are not alone in this struggle. And though our innovations and collaborations, through them, we are fast closing the gap. But a lot more needs to be done. More partnerships, more capacity, more resources, and unfortunately, a little more patience. The NPA cannot rush or be seen to be rushing against these cases. We will then be accused of targeting people. The reality is that all over the world, convictions in complex corruption cases take many years. We know that this causes immense frustration amongst victims and the public, but we assure you that we are well advanced and on the road to ensuring much more accountability, particularly in light of the recent permanence and powers of the IDAC. Our overall improved performance is due to the work of, as I said, many dedicated prosecutors who deal with over 900,000 cases annually in South Africa. We are extremely grateful to staff who continue to serve the people of South Africa, notwithstanding often very harsh criticism, which undeters them. And I'm also particularly grateful to staff who continued to work hard particularly during the state capture era, and who have taken up the challenge to build a truly independent, professional, accountable, and credible prosecution service, often working in extremely trying conditions, like prosecutors dealing with gang violence in the Western Cape. As demonstrated on the next slide, This hard work and commitment and dedication of the staff and the leadership has not been in vain. On this slide, we demonstrate that the NPA performance has been on an upward trajectory for the last 4 years. 2020, 2021 onwards, post-COVID, the 50% dropped down, that was the COVID year, and you will notice it moved up to 71%, then 75%, and 80% in the 2023-2024 period. This represents a 60% increase in the overall performance of the NPA from 2021 to 2023-24 period. That ends my very brief overview, Chair and honorable members. At this point, I intended to hand over to Advocate de Kock, but I want to thank Advocate Bradley Smith for stepping in at the last minute and who will now take us through the NPS prosecution. Other colleagues will then come in after him and deal with their various portfolios, and then I will come in at the end and make some concluding remarks. Thank you, Chair. If Advocate Bradley Smith can now continue with the NPS performance overview.
Thank you.
My apologies for the slight delay, Chair. Just Bradley, are you ready? Are you perhaps muted? I'm not sure. My apologies for this, Honorable Chair and honorable members. I'm not sure what the challenge is. Ah, there you go. We can now see you, Advocate Smith. You are still muted. If you can, perfect. Thank you, Chair and honorable members. But we still can't hear you. I'm going to ask, Chair, perhaps we might want to go to the next. Advocate Rabaji, are you ready to deal with the NPS, with the AFU part? We can perhaps move to that part, if we can move the slides. Chair, we did send an annex with regard to the AFU work, and some slides were sent as an annex. So I think we can hand over to Advocate Rabaji Rasataba, who will deal with the AFU, will set out firstly a high-level strategic approach of the AFU and then deal with its performance. Advocate Rabaji Rasataba, are you ready?
Thank you very much, NDPP. And I really want to thank the chairperson and the honorable committee members for this opportunity to present the annual report, and which is the AFU part that I'm dealing with. So right at the onset—
sorry for interjecting. Secretary, I've just noticed that the chair is kicked out of the platform. Perhaps if you can locate him and get a sense of what is the issue with his connectivity, so that we don't encounter problems. Sure.
No,
I'm back. I'm back now. I just got cut out, so I changed the gadget. I'm trying to attend, but the advocate must proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I want to refer back to what the NDPP set out as the NPA mandate in terms of the Constitution, where it's about prosecuting cases, but carrying out functions incidental thereto. So seizing assets that are process of crime, coming up with directives for non-trial resolutions are part of the work that I do, which are incidental to prosecution. in the annexure that we sent yesterday that explains the origin of AFU and where we get our mandate from. We get our mandate from the Prevention of Organized Crime Act, which was promulgated in 1998. So we've been in existence for just over 25 years, and we do our work in terms of non-conviction-based recoveries and conviction-based. What that means is that we apply to the High Court to seize assets that are proceeds of crime on a very low standard in terms of non-conviction-based, if there's a link between the proceeds and crime. And then for conviction-based, that's where we went for the end of a criminal case to end before we can finally confiscate the assets to the state. So over the last 20 years of our existence, we've built jurisprudence, which is to introduce this draconian law to make the point that we need draconian measures to fight corruption and organized crime. We take our cases through to the High Court. This is where we present our cases. And the SCA and the Constitutional Court has accepted that every country needs some measures to combat corruption as well as organized crime. So,
Chairperson?
Yes, Honorable Mkhwebane.
Been raising my hand. I didn't want to disturb the presenter. Apologies. Advocate, I think somebody who should be, we don't see the slides. Well, we might have it as committee members, but for the public to see that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhwebane. Can you sort that out?
Thank you, Honorable Mkhwebane. I'm just making 3 general points before I come to the annual report, and I'll be really referring to pages 82, 83, 84, and 85. I just want to make very few points around performance. And then we can I was just making general points before I come to the 2 performance slides.
Okay.
So, okay, thank you very much. So we recognize, as the NDPP said, that what we've done to create jurisprudence in the past 20 years is not what we can do in the 20 years. So we realize that most of the stolen money during state capture really is now overseas. It's left our shores. So we had to come up with a strategy to make sure that we can bring back the stolen money, particularly the ones that left our shores. So, and it's all about 3 things that we have introduced to bring back the stolen money. We've appointed international service providers who are basically doing investigations and asset tracing. We've come up with a directive to do non-trial resolutions, which is to settle with corporates that benefited from state capture. And then we've engaged the World Bank, the Globe Network, all international organizations that assist us as law enforcement agencies to work together to make sure that we cooperate and then we bring back the money or do extraditions. And then domestically, we've got collocation with the DPCI to make sure that we fast track our investigations and getting the process of crime back. Because with asset forfeiture, we need to ensure that there's no dissipation of assets. Now, if we can show the 2 slides of performance, Chairperson, that speak to the AFU performance, I do want to make 5 points regarding our performance. The first point is that if we look at, next slide, Chairperson, if we look at this 5-year performance, you'll see that it's a skewed performance picture. We do have spikes, and we've got 3 spikes if you look at this performance. We've had freezing orders that spiked in 2021, 2022 to 5.5 billion, which is the year where we seized the Gupta mine. We did a preservation order, a freezing order for the Gupta mine. And then the 22-23 performance, the value of recoveries, which is money in the bank of 2.6 billion, was as a result of the ABB settlement, which we did through a non-trial resolution. Now, if I can just expand a little bit more, Chairperson and honorable members, on these slides. And I'm looking at, unfortunately, members of the public don't have our annual report, page 82. You'll notice that the value of completed forfeitures, which is a case where we've gone through the freezing stage, we've gone through forfeiture of the case, the matter is now finalized in the High Court. We have moved from 455 million to 3.8 billion from 2020 to 2024, which shows an excellent increase. When I rejoined the NPA in 2020, June, when we presented our annual report, we had achieved as AFU 2 out of 11 indicators. So, and the only indicator that we had achieved at that point was the quality, the over 90% performance indicator of how well we do cases when we take them to court. We didn't lose any cases. So that's the first point that I want to make, that we come from far. We came from 400 million to almost 3 billion in terms of completing cases through the processes. The second point that I want to make is that the value of the same indicator for 1 year moved from 455 to 1180 billion. The third point, Chairperson, is that in terms of numbers, we moved from 417, I'm still talking to completed forfeitures and confiscation orders, we moved from 417 to 653. Then, in terms of the freezing orders, and you will notice in a later slide, where year to date, we haven't yet achieved our performance, but over the 5 years, we've moved from 326 to 420, which is a steady increase. And the last point that I want to make is that as far as success rate is concerned, which is quality of the skill levels of the AFU members, we've remained over 93%. So as far as dealing with quantity and quality, honorable members, we want to make the point that we think that we've moved steadily, except for the few spikes that I've pointed out to. Just in terms of key cases that we have done, and I thought I should mention that we not only focus corruption, we not only focus on corruption, although we've done very well as far as corruption is concerned. As the NTPP have said, we have got over 18 billion of freezing orders and 8 billion of recoveries. We also deal with foreign bribery cases in Mozambique. We've got a case that we've referred to on slide 86. Then we've got fraud, a fraud case we've done with the University of Fort Hare in the last financial year. We've done IRAF matters, Master of the Court. We've got one case in the telecom sector, as well as cases in the private sector like Tiger Brands, where we had a 40 million freezing order. We've dealt with fraud matters in Zimbabwe, And then we've also dealt with a massive cocaine bust syndicate that came from South Africa, or that came from South America to South Africa, where and I think this case made media headlines where 440 and almost 10 million has already been deposited in Kara, where 2.85 tons of cocaine worth of an estimated value of over $1 billion was seized at the harbor. We've also dealt with 2 coal mine cases. The one that the NDPP referred to, which is the Optimum coal mine, which had been bought by Tegeta, a company linked to the Guptas. And we're doing good progress as far as fighting the coal mine fraud cases in Mpumalanga that affect Eskom are concerned. The last point, we have looked at our statistics, and we looked at the values of freezing orders, particularly in the public sector for our big SOEs. For Eskom, since inception, our value of freezing orders is 9.2 billion. Forfeitures, 4 billion, and the value of recoveries, 4.6 billion. As far as Transnet and PRASA is concerned, we finalized cases and forfeited proceeds to the state of 2.2 billion, and value of recoveries is 98 million. And I think that with those statistics that we have shown, fighting cases through the High Court, the Constitutional Court, and the SCA, Chairperson, want to say that in the last 5 years, we've really had a steady improvement. And we thank this committee for your time and for giving us this opportunity to make this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. NTPP, who is the next presenter?
Chair, we're going to go back to Advocate Bradley Smith. Advocate Smith, hopefully you are audible and visible. If we can go back to the NPS slides, colleagues. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I trust I'm now audible.
Yes, you are.
A little better. Thank you.
You were visible, but you're not anymore. So if you can put your camera on.
Okay, it says my camera is on.
Okay,
so
we see you now.
Right, thank you. Thank you very much, National Director and honourable members and the Chair. Perhaps just before starting the NPS performance overview, just an overview of how the National Prosecuting Service is structured within the overall NPA. It's responsible for all the prosecutions in the district courts, regional courts, and the high courts, as well as appeals and ancillary matters, inquests, and so forth. So really, it represents the largest component of the organisation, where most of the work gets done. I have to confess, and most of the staff lie in those components. So we have 10 DPP divisions, Director Public Prosecutions, that covers all of the provinces and 2 in Gauteng. Those DPPs, I've seen their names in the participants list on the side. Most of those are present today. And they're obviously in charge of the lower courts within their respective division. Then we have particular focus areas. You would have already heard of the Sexual Offences and Community Affairs Unit, SOCA, headed by Special Director Public Prosecutions, who's responsible for making sure that that area is promoted and advanced. And one of the things is the TCCs, which you've already heard about. We have a specialist tax area that's headed up also by a Special Director Public Prosecutions. And within the mandate of that Special Director is also the Missing Persons Task Team and the TRC matters. Other specialist components include the Special Commercial Crimes Unit, which focuses on commercial crime and does a proportion of the corruption matters. The Priority Crimes Litigation Unit, which primarily looks at terrorism, but there are some other more international type offences which falls in their mandate. And importantly, a renewed focus on organised crime. We have a specialist area that's making sure that we focus on that. Also at head office level, we have a training component, a component which deals with representations, an operations component, and international cooperation, headed by a coordinator here at the national office. These functions are generally represented as well in the DPP office, depending on the size of the office, a dedicated component, or sometimes a person dealing with the dual responsibilities within the division. So that's essentially the lay of the land, and most matters are done in the district courts. If we move to slide 14, you'll see this reflects our conviction rates, and I'll draw your attention to the column on the right, which shows our performance for 23-24. Conviction rates in the high courts, 91%. Last year it was 89.3%. And the numbers in brackets represent the 691 cases where there were convictions over the 759 that were prosecuted in the high courts. You'll see the numbers then start increasing, the conviction rate in the regional courts, and this is where most serious matters are heard. 81.8% conviction rate in the regional courts. That's 17,328 cases of the 21,180 cases that were prosecuted in the regional courts during that period. Conviction rate in the district courts, 95.1%, 152,000 of the 160,000 cases that were prosecuted. The clearance ratio on decision dockets received, it's 92.8%, meaning that's if we receive it within the month, we finalized 92.8% of those decision dockets within that month, and we dealt with 879,240 decision dockets over that period. Slide 15 hones in on some of the more specialist areas, the corruption, complex tax, and money laundering. The number of government officials convicted for offences related to corruption has grown. It's in the last financial year, 135 government officials, and private sector corruption, 254 persons were convicted. You can see the growth over the period. Conviction rate in complex tax cases currently standing at 89.5%. That's 161 convictions out of 166 cases that went to court. A number of cases finalized with verdicts involving money laundering. It's 98 in the column on the right-hand side. You can also see the growth over that particular period. The next slide hones in on serious and violent crimes. These are crimes that will be primarily in the regional courts, some cases in the high courts. Conviction rate in murder prosecutions is 80.4%. 3,025 cases of the 3,764 murder prosecutions that took place. And conviction rate in trio crimes is currently standing at 83% for the 2023-24 performance year. 1,007 cases were convicted of 1,213 trials that were held. Gender-based violence and femicide, conviction rate in femicide prosecutions for 23-24, 91.7%. That's 511 of the 557 femicide prosecutions that were instituted. Conviction rate in intimate partner femicide prosecutions, I think members should be fairly fay with what intimate partner femicide is, 93.3% conviction rate, 375 out of those 402 cases prosecuted. And the conviction rate in sexual offences, this is the broader indicator, 72.3% of 3,813 of the 5,276 matters that were prosecuted. These are quite difficult to prove, but nevertheless, we have unfortunately not shown a growth in that area. But yeah, that is one of the challenging areas, and significant efforts are being put in by the soccer unit to make sure that we can bring that number up again. Gender-based violence and femicide, continuing, just gain reference to the DNA backlog project. This working closely with the SAPS laboratories to address the backlogs in DNA. 49,374 DNA reports between October and May 2024 were prioritized and produced through this. The 64 operational TCCs, as referred to by the National Director earlier, the growth in these is quite slow. Most of the funding coming from donors because it requires establishment of a centre and particular construction, so that it's really meets the needs of the victims of gender-based violence. Matters reported TCC sites increased from 36,813 in 22-23 to 41,158 in 2023-24, and overall increase of 12%. So this is just a snapshot of some of the sentencing of TCC finalized cases. So life imprisonment, 221 during the financial year. Those who got 20 to 25 years imprisonment, 164, an increase of the previous year. Then 10 to 19 years imprisonment, 483. And that's of the total of accused that were sentenced of 1,444. So it's a substantial increase of 249 people, 20.8%. So it's quite an achievement in terms of the TCCs. They do make a significant difference in terms of addressing gender-based violence and femicide and the survivors' experience of the criminal justice system. Organised crime, the conviction rate in organised crime for 23-24, 93.4%, 267 of the 286 cases. The conviction rate in environmental crimes, 96.7%, 926 of 958. Conviction rate in cybercrime prosecutions, 55 of the 57 prosecuted at a conviction rate of 96.5%. And conviction rate in essential infrastructure prosecutions, 77.5%, 634 of the 818 cases finalized with a verdict. Conviction rate in cable theft standing at 84.1%. That's 427 of the 508 cases that we prosecuted. Just a snapshot on TRC matters. The Portfolio Committee would have recently received a presentation on this. 221. In 2021, the TRC component was established to prioritize and drive these matters, working closely with the DPCI. And dedicated TRC prosecutors were assigned to deal with 159 identified matters. 126 matters were under investigation by 29 TRC investigators, and 30 TRC matters have been finalized. The findings in 5 inquests have been finalized. There are 6 matters on the criminal court roll, and 16 matters where inquests will be held or inquests have been reopened already. Priority crime matters, this is essentially that deals under the PCLU, which I mentioned earlier. The terror financing, national risk assessment, and a strategy for combating the financing of terrorism were reviewed and developed recently together with our partners, particularly the DPCI. Further action was identified by FATA for South Africa to enhance the capacity of relevant authorities to address the financing of terrorism. We've addressed some of that, and FATA has been happy with our growth in our capacity. Extensive joint training has been conducted, particularly since the amendment of the Protection of Constitutional Democracy Against Terrorism and Related Activities Act, POCRADATA, as they say. That's quite a mouthful, but those were important things that FATA wanted us to focus on. So we have made extensive progress in that regard. If we move over to the next slide, international cooperation in criminal matters. In 2023-24, MPA received and processed 147 new MLA and extradition requests. 68 were incoming requests from foreign states, while 34 were transmitted to foreign states. 31 requests for extradition, of which 19 were issued by South Africa, and 12 were received from foreign states, and 7 inquiries. Of these, 73 incoming and outgoing MLA and extradition requests were finalized, and just some examples of requests for extradition which were successfully executed. Mrs. Murwadi Cholota was surrendered by the USA. Mr. Michael Lomas was surrendered by the UK. Mr. Mokotani surrendered by Lesotho, and Mr. Mtinkulu was surrendered by Eswatini. Mr. Richard John Payne was found extraditable by the UK and is in the process of being surrendered. Hopefully, will arrive soon. And engagements are obviously ongoing with foreign jurisdictions in pursuance of other extradition requests. So thank you, honourable members and Mr. Chair. That in brief, the performance of the NPS. Obviously, further details are in the annual report, which I trust has been provided to members. I'm going to hand over to the NDPP. I believe the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption will present next. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to say that we did send the annual report some time ago to honourable members and to the committee, but we've also put in the chat the link to the annual report if anyone would like to access it. Advocate Johnson, floor is yours, who will deal with the IDAC Investigating Directorate Against Corruption overview. Please go ahead.
Thank you, NDPP. Honourable Chair, honourable members, good morning. Just by brief way of introduction, Chair, IDAC, as it is now known, previously the Investigating Directorate, ID, came into existence by way of proclamation in April 2019. To date, significant progress has been made in establishing the ID, now IDAC, as a permanent entity, with the NPA Amendment Act number 10 of 2024 being assented to by the Honourable President on the 27th of May 2024. Subsequently in June, and then finally on the 19th of August, Chair, final portions of relevant regulations were then enacted. This enables the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption not just to work as a permanent entity, but thus enables us to recruit our criminal investigative capacity, which it has not been able to do. And for the past 5 years, we are grateful to our sister law enforcement agencies from whom we've had duty reassigned or seconded individuals. The recruitment then, Chair and honourable members of the criminal investigative capacity has commenced, and therefore gives impetus to the prosecution-led investigations and a multidisciplinary approach. Chair, mine is very brief, and if we proceed then to the next slide, which is slide 23, it just in part deals, Chair, with the recommendations from the State Capture Commission, colloquially referred to as the Zondo Commission, and just to indicate, Chair, that the Investigating Directorate currently deals with 122 of those recommendations, of which 32, or the translate into 32 cases, 32 files. There are 15 investigations, authorizations being considered, and they translate into 7 cases or files. Under investigation, we have 86 matters, and I think we can see on the right then the translation and conversion into cases and inquiries. To date, we have enrolled 21 criminal matters, and they relate to 7 or translate to 7 matters. At the bottom of the slide, one can see, Chair, that there's been a increase over time in terms of the number of matters authorized. To date, we have 18 matters authorized, and we then have on the court roll various matters over the period, with 3 matters having been enrolled for the current enrollment period. However, Honorable Chair and members, to note that is just for the interim. Our performance cycle does end at the end of the 31st of March. The next slide. Thank you. The matters authorized, Chair, to date are 115, with 78 matters still under investigation. Of those 78 matters, Chair, 37 are enrolled. Enrolled matters, accused persons, that is actual individuals, there are 208, and entities, companies in their various shapes and or forms are 67. There are also tax matters enrolled, Chair, 9 of them, and they in accused persons are 13, and entities related to these offenses are 13. If I may, Honorable Chair, just pause. In terms of the tax matters, that there be no confusion, we are dealing with these as part of a broader prosecution strategy, just so that there is no confusion about why the ID or IDAC has tax matters enrolled. So in terms of a prosecution strategy, colloquially, one would have said, where are your low-hanging fruit? IDAC prefers to refer to it as strategic prosecutions, and these matters, as reflected as tax matters enrolled, Chair and honorable members, therefore relate to those strategic prosecutions. The rest, Chair, we've had to date 2 convictions. We've had 1 acquittal. Matters that were removed from the roll are 2. Both those matters are currently being finalized for those matters to then be re-enrolled. And from March 2019 or April 2019 up until the 31st of March of this year, Chair, we have only had 1 matter withdrawn. Thank you, Chair. That is my brief report for the committee today. Thank you very much. Thank you, NDPP.
Thank you, Advocate Johnson. I think, Chair, we can now skip the AFU performance, and we can hand over, is it to Salome Baloyi, who will be dealing with the year-to-date performance. Salome? Ms. Baloyi?
Thank you, NDPP. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, honorable members. My presentation relates to the report in terms of the request that you had made to give reports on where we are currently in terms of our performance since the beginning of the year. Next slide. So it is at a high level in terms of our year-to-date overall performance of 2024-2025. In this slide, what it actually reflects is that in this current financial year, the NPA is reporting on 13 indicators, which one of the indicator to be reported at the year end, and that relates to establishment of the TCC. So in this slide, what you're seeing is only 12 indicators that have been reported against targets for the first 6 months of the period. And also this slide just reflects a year-to-date performance, which highlights the NPA's accomplishment over the first 5 months of the first of the financial year. And what it depicts is that we are continuing on a good trajectory of good performance. Notably, we have thus far achieved 92% of our targets with only 1 indicator of the value of freezing orders obtained for corruption marginally missed by 47 million. However, through various interventions, management is confident that the annual target will be achieved. Our convictions in all of the forums have been achieved with a remarkable conviction recorded in the High Courts of 93%, which translate to about 300 convictions. In the Regional Court, it translates to 82%, with 6,436 convictions, and in the District Courts, it is 89%, with 36,613 convictions. One of our key priorities within the NPA is to address the scourge of gender-based violence and sexual offences related crimes. As for the period under review, a total of 1,477 convictions were attained, resulting in a conviction rate of 71%. And in terms of our special focus in dealing with complex corruption and money laundering, we have to date recorded notable progress against our set targets. That is, complex commercial crime convictions is sitting at 96% achievement. We have 132 persons that have been convicted and sentenced for corruption. 12 investigations have already been authorized to date. We have currently enrolled 2 matters in relation to state capture and complex corruption. And in ensuring that we address some of the weaknesses that were identified through the FATF evaluation, we have enhanced our efforts in dealing with money laundering cases. As a result, we have thus far instituted 40 prosecutions involving complex money laundering. The interventions such as corporate ADR are assisting in ensuring that we bring back the money that has been gained through unlawful activities, and we have thus far recovered 340 million unlawfully gained from corruption or related offences. And as I have already indicated when I opened my slides, is that measures are being put in place to ensure that performance in relation to prison orders is also achieved. That will be the end of my presentation. Thank you, NDPP.
Thank you, Ms. Baloyi. And Honorable Chair, honorable members, Ms. Salome Baloyi is the Chief Director and the head of our strategy in the NPA, the strategy unit. We now move to the budget overview. Hanika, can you come?
Good morning.
Sorry, Hanika van Zyl is the Chief Director, Finance in the NPA. Please go ahead.
Thank you, NDPP. Good morning, Chair and honourable members of the committee. I'm quickly taking you through the budget presentation. The first slide, if we can move on, the first slide is just our budget versus expenditure outcomes for the 2023-24 financial year. On this slide, you will see that we've overall spent 101% of our budget allocation. This was the picture after the final environment at the end of the financial year. The main thing that I need to highlight here is our overspending in respect of compensation of employees, the 63 million. This was also highlighted by the Department of Justice in their presentation on Wednesday, which was part of the unauthorized expenditure that was reported in our annual financial statements. This projected or this overspending was due to our cost of living increases. Although we did receive additional funding during the year for the cost of living, it wasn't sufficient, and it still resulted in an unauthorized expenditure. The next slide is just a few points that we're highlighting. This was before environment, where you see where I'm making mentioning of the additional funding that we received, that that assisted, but it still resulted in the unauthorized expenditure. And then we had an underspending of 44% in capital. This was before environment due to a reclassification of expenditure. The next two slides of the presentation is a reflection of our budget growth over the MTEF period. The first slide is per economic classification, and the next one is per program. And in these slides, you will see that our budget is projecting to grow at an average of 4.65 over the MTEF period. Then I don't know if there's any question. We'll get the questions on these slides because I'm not going into the detail. I think it is there for everybody to see the detailed breakdown per economic classification and sub-program. Then the last slide on the budget is our current year-to-date spending for the current financial year. If they can just move on the presentation to the next one. Yes, this slide. This is where we are currently as at the end of September. In this slide, you will see that we've only spent, or that we've spent 47.6% of our budget for the current year. The spending in respect of our compensation is standing at 48.36%, which is a little bit low due to the appointments. We're currently making appointments, but the appointment is very slow, but we are managing our budget to ensure that we will remain within our budget. Our goods and services spending is also, as at end of September, standing at 46%, but we've got contractual commitments and we're managing this budget, so we are projecting that we will remain within our budget for the current financial year and that we will spend our current budget allocation. And that's the end of the budget's presentation. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, NDPP.
Thank you, Ms. Van Zyl. Chair, just a few concluding remarks. As we've sought to demonstrate, Honourable Chair, honourable members, that the NPA is well positioned at this point after a lot of hard work over 5 years in rebuilding, in setting foundations. We are well positioned to continue on an upward trajectory and to further consolidate the good work, the achievements that we've made. We know we need to do a lot more, and to really entrench our strategic initiatives, which are reflected in the annual report. While we are working in the context of a new government, a new portfolio committee, we are alive to the fact that we still need to continue to that we cannot remove our foot off the pedal. We in fact need to be exerting more pressure. We are still alive to the continuing and increasing expectations on the NPA. And so we realize, I want to hasten to add, that notwithstanding that, we do not regard this as pressure in the sense that we will succumb to pressure and hastily enroll cases when we should not. We will only enroll cases when there is evidence and when it meets the standard for enrollment. We have to act responsibly because prosecutorial decisions affect people, they affect lives, and we need to act extremely responsibly in this process. I do want to say that we have been, judged, the NPA has been judged harshly in relation to our performance with regard to state capture and complex corruption matters. We hear that. And we do not want South Africans to be complacent in the face of crime. Yet globally, convictions for complex matters involving powerful people do take a long time to complete. South Africa actually tracks quite well against international standards in dealing with complex corruption. Even sophisticated and specialized prosecution offices like the Serious Fraud Office in the UK secure a very small number of convictions. Over a 5-year period between 2018 and 2023, much larger and the much more well-resourced SFO secured 29 convictions, an average of just under 6 convictions a year. It's crucial that in the next 18 months, the NPA transitions into a new leadership as well. But before I talk about the new leadership, I just want to add on the issue of our performance. We've certainly, you've noted from Salome's presentation and Bradley's that the performance trajectory is going up, conviction rates, etc., are on track. But I do recognize that conviction rates does not always translate into crimes coming down. And the fact that South Africans want to see certain high profile, let me put it this way, those most responsible for high complex corruption and other matters being held to account. And so in parallel, whilst we are focusing on ensuring that our performance trajectory goes up, we are acutely aware of the need to strategize and to prosecute for impact. So certain cases will be prioritized in this process. As I said, the next 18 months will be crucial for the NPA as we transition into a new leadership. And I repeat 18 months because incorrectly there have been media reports that the NDPP and other deputies might be leaving fairly soon. It is the next 18 months. We need to consolidate. We need to make sure that the NPA transitions into a new leadership that will really be able to build on the progress and the foundations that we've laid over the past 5 years. An important aspect, and I want to reiterate this, is enhancing the NPA's financial and operational independence. It is a vital component to ensuring that an effective NPA moves forward. And again, I urge that we need the support of the committee in this regard. The future of the NPA really requires innovative solutions to align also with our international legal obligations of engaging in multi-stakeholder collaborations and innovative partnerships, as you've also heard from Advocate Rabaji Rasataba in the context of the Asset Forfeiture Unit's work, in order to deliver on our mandate. I've just returned from 2 international global events. One is the Globe E Network's plenary, and there I explained the importance of this in terms of its anti-corruption initiatives, particularly when it comes to cooperation and ensuring that mutual legal assistance requests are complied with. And also the International Association of Prosecutors Conference, where we hold the vice chair, attended by prosecutors from 93 countries across the world. And I can assure you that the NPA's innovations and delivering on its mandates are extremely highly regarded by peers globally and also regionally in Africa. And we work very hard to collaborate with our colleagues in the African context, as well as in the context of the Southern African region, sharing and learning from each other. The NPA is at the forefront of many innovations, but I emphasize without compromising on our constitutional mandate to prosecute fearlessly without favor or any prejudice. We commit to work to ensure that South Africans will understand our innovations and will also support us in these efforts to ensure that we are better able to address the scourge of crime in our country. Honorable Chair, honorable members, I want to thank you for your time and your attention. We look forward to taking comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, NTPP and your team. Members, let's interrogate and interact with the presentation. We'll take Honorable Breitenbach. We'll take Honorable Klopa. We'll take Honorable Mani. Then Advocate Mkwebane. And then Mr. Zodedzi. In that order, Honorable Breitenbach, can take them.
My hand is up.
Oh, I didn't. Apologies. I didn't see.
In fact, I raised it before anyone else.
Is it? Okay.
I was the first one.
Okay, let's take you as the last one. Huh?
Thank you, Chair. May I proceed?
Yes, proceed.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody, and thank you for the report. First of all, the introductory remarks by the National Director. I must admit that Advocate Petoy certainly talks the talk, very convincingly. The difficulty, of course, lies in the walking of the talk, which has not been quite as convincing. I'd like to acknowledge at the outset that, of course, we're aware that there are over 2,000 prosecutors who go to work every day. Most of them do their very best under very difficult conditions. And sometimes when I do oversight at the courts, I'm astonished that we have any convictions at all. So hats off to those prosecutors. They do work hard, and they do work under very difficult conditions, often at severe danger to their own lives. So one must be cognizant of that fact. Also, the conditions for the prosecutors are not necessarily ideal. So acknowledging that, still the performance is not where it should be. And the National Director stresses that they've been judged harshly on particularly state capture matters. Well, you know, the simple answer to that criticism is, of course, and we've discussed this before, get a conviction, just one. Just get a conviction. Prosecute somebody for state capture and get a conviction. And the criticism will dissipate like mist before the sun. And while we're on that issue, I would inquire as to who the unfortunate soul was who botched the Jooste matter. Who pre-warned Jooste that he was going to be arrested? An individual like Jooste. It should have been as clear as daylight that he should be arrested, unwarned. Somebody tipped him off. Who was that? It's unacceptable. Then the matter of the independence, the financial independence of the NPA, yes, it's a matter we've discussed, and it's a matter that the committee made certain undertakings. I think it's a matter that requires quite a bit more discussion, and the committee would require quite a bit more comfort before we unequivocally supported that issue. Asset forfeiture is collecting money. The numbers sound impressive. They're not really. The money taken in state capture is way more than has been recovered. And so the numbers are not that impressive. The fact that there are some successes, that's wonderful, and we're happy about that, but there's a lot of work to be done. I have some questions about the CARA fund. Who audits the CARA fund? How often is it audited? And where do we see the results of that audit? I can't recall ever having seen the results of that audit, and I would like to see the results of that audit. It's a relatively small amount returned to the victims of crime. Why is that? And how is the rest divided up? Now, that money is supposed to be used for combating crime, amongst other things. Is that what it's being used for? The NDPP tells us the top 10 serial rapists have been identified countrywide. That's very good progress, but have any of them been arrested? Are they in custody? Are we going to see them in court anytime soon? And then the tax convictions, talk about a high conviction rate in tax matters. It seems like a particularly low number. Is there any particular reason for that? And why is the specialist tax unit not dealing with these matters? Why is IDAC dealing with tax matters? You've noted some successes in mutual legal assistance. Some have been returned to the requesting country. Some are on their way back to South Africa, apparently. But none of them are state capture accused. Now, why is that? What are we doing about those people? They're the ones people want to see held accountable. A conviction rate of 96% in complex commercial crime is very good. It's it's actually too good. If you're getting a 96% conviction rate in complex commercial crime matters, it means you're only prosecuting slam dunks. And that's certainly also the impression one gets when you look at the prosecutions. There are difficult cases that need to be taken on that are not slam dunks. What are happening to those? Then, so 340 million has been regained from corporate prosecutions, alternative dispute resolution, for want of a better description, with corporates. 340 million is not a particularly big number if we look at the kind of money that's being stolen. And I'm concerned. I would like a much more detailed presentation on what's going on here from the NPA, not today, but I would like a much more detailed presentation of this particular aspect. Because the impression that I get just looking at the news reports, which is, of course, all the information that we have access to at the moment, it looks like they've been dealt with quite leniently. And there's no reason for that, unless there is a reason for it, but then share it with us. I'd like to know, it's not in this report, but I'd like to know what progress is being made with the Life Esidimeni case. That matter is now becoming old. It's becoming dishonorable for it not to be in court. What is going on there? And then the Attorney General has raised some issues in their report about the NPA, and most concerningly, with some of your indicators, with some of your achievements, they have commented that the evidence does not support the achievement claimed by the NPA. So what seems to be the problem there? Is there a miscommunication? Is there a misstatement, an overstatement? How did that situation arise? I'd like some clarity on that. I have many more questions, Chair, but I'm sure my colleagues will cover me. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Klopper.
Good morning, Chairperson. Chairperson, the Auditor General has observed that the NPA's failure to prioritize backlog cases may contribute to the delays in the effective and efficient administration of justice. In this committee over the last week, we're generally something that came up almost in every meeting, with no absolute clear indication how this backlog will ever be caught up, considering the high volumes of cases that are being received daily. What is more staggering is that 1.8 million of these cases returned to SAPS for further investigation in the past 5 financial years. Is this suggesting that the SAPS is not doing their work effectively, or is it at least suggesting that they're not capacitated to effectively discharge their duty? Or is it possibly suggesting that the prosecutors are facing a challenge and causing an enormous number of referral back? It will seem that there's a kink in the justice value chain and that the JCPS cluster will really need to take stock of this problem. I do, however, want to applaud the NPA on the conviction of serial rapist Nkosinati Bukati with the 42 life sentences and plus 800 years. And I certainly hope that this will serve as a deterrent to these serial rapists. Chairperson, I'd just like to find out about the Office of Ethics and Accountability. You know, the regulations were tabled in Parliament, it was gazetted and so forth. Are there any updates in this regard? And any updates to the appointment of the Director of the Public Prosecutions? There was concerns raised about the appointment of Advocate Chaskolson and Pretorius, and they were evidence leaders in the State Capture Commission. When the spokesperson Henry Mamotame was questioned about the vetting and security clearance, he didn't mention or answer these questions properly. And in terms of accountability and transparency, we'd just like to find out if these questions were indeed answered eventually. Chairperson, there was also many vacancies in Chief Director Integrity, acting in Chief Director Integrity, acting Chief Director in Communications, acting Deputy Director, and so forth, and the list goes on. When will this appointments be made? Are they being advertised currently? One big concern that I found was the breaking into the NPA's offices in Free State. Was a case open in the SAPS? And what was on these laptops? because it said that there were laptops stolen and I think it was voice recorders. What information was on these? Does it compromise any breach of data or public information? Is it secured? What was on those laptops? Sorry, give me a second. The Auditor General found that there was evidence did not support achievements in many of the things such as cable theft, for instance. Also, the number of prosecutions in money laundering suggested 83% target. However, no specific target was set in the annual performance. So there was no evidence to support this. Number of persons convicted for corruption of all offences related to corruption, target 90% was reported and 90% achievements. And evidence was not adequate to support this. So this could either be too low reporting or possibly too high reporting. And are these the concerns is that the NPA is not using reliable indicators, and whether it be working closely with the AG to actually rectify this problem. And Chairperson, I think lastly, just the one thing I want to mention, which also emanates from the whole week, is that payments weren't made within 30 days, according to the PMFI. And that was also kind of answered in a previous meeting, where it was said that training would have to be provided as many payments are made over the whole of South Africa. But, the normal person would know that 30 days isn't a target that you can only pay on the last day, at the last minute, and that it could be paid before, but it was merely just a ceiling. So it would seem, obvious that somebody who's authorized to make this payment should actually know this. So I just want to find out what is the reasons within this department. Is it similar to what we were hearing in the previous meetings? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Manye.
Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, greetings to you, Chair, and greetings to everyone present in this meeting. I just want to start off by agreeing with Advocate Breitenbach, Honorable Breitenbach, when she says the NDPP talks the talk. I agree with you, Advocate Honorable Breitenbach, on that one, and for the following reasons. Firstly, I just want, so what I'm going to do through you, Chair, I'm going to, for each of the presentations, I have a question or two throughout. So just for the NDPP, here are my questions. Firstly, this bizarre decision taken by the NPA right now, not to prosecute anyone on the Phala Phala issue. I just want to check from a timing point of view, when can the knowledge prosecute certificate be issued? So that private prosecution can kick in? That's the first question. Secondly, I just want to find out whether in the Phala Phala investigation, who was actually leading the investigation? Was it IDAC or was the Hawks? Who was actually leading the investigations? Because when the police were talking to Parliament a couple of days ago, General Libya was not saying anything convincing about where is the matter, and he was busy saying a lot of other things except addressing the issue. So I suspect he was not that much involved, but I don't know. But maybe we are here now. Can you just clarify? Was it IDAC or was it Hawks that were leading the investigation? And in that answer, third question is, in whoever led the investigation, I just want to know, there was a very damning finding by the panel led by no less than a former Chief Justice. And also that panel also had another senior judge. One of the findings there was that the president has a prima facie case to answer in terms of the alleged violation of Section 34, subsection 1 of the PRECA Act. So the question is, did any of the investigators even have a meeting with the president to ask him about this? Was he given an opportunity to explain himself on the such a damning finding by such a highly powered panel led by, as I said, no less than a former Chief Justice? So that's what I just want to find out. And then lastly, on new NDPP, and this question I had asked before the last time that you appeared before this committee, but I left for plenary before you could answer. And when I checked with the colleagues behind, you didn't answer this question. So the question stands that the Dubai court on the 15th of March 2023, in terms of the extradition, made a judgment. And the judgment had two things to say. One, on the fraud case, that the warrant that was there was cancelled. Number one. Number two, on the corruption charge, this is all against the Guptas, on the corruption charge, that there was no warrant, and therefore you did not meet the requirements of the extradition order. So the question is, since March 2023, what has been formally done by the NPA to respond to such a scathing characterization, or rather a scathing judgment by the Dubai court? What have you done since then? I hear all the PR that the former minister of this division, Minister Lamula, he keeps making all kinds of PR statements about this. But I'm interested in the actual legal process that is being followed on this thing. What exactly has been done to respond to that judgment? So those are the questions for the NDPP. For the AFU, just a comment and a question. The AFU makes a very sweeping statement, a very sweeping statement that says the AFU has never lost any case, as it were. I suspect that that statement needs to be tempered with. Either that statement must say that in this financial year, or the statement must define a period, because it's common cause that the AFU has lost cases, people's assets were released by Bloemfontein Court and so on and so on. So to make a statement like this, it can only be correct in a particular time period and so on, but to say as never, that statement on it like that, framed like that, cannot be correct. So maybe the presenter must be given an opportunity to clean that up. On the AFU, last question, there's just one question on the AFU. The drug, what you call it, drug forfeitures that you do. And this question was also asked to General Libby as to what then happens to these drugs that you forfeit. As a public representative, I am very nervous that there are all these drug forfeitures, but we never see the destruction of these drugs. What is it? Is it a deficiency in the law? So that if that is, then we can correct that. Does the law not allow that if you have drugs like this, that you take a sample, you keep a sample, but destroy the rest? The fact that you've got tons and tons of drugs kept in your units, wherever you keep them, and then from time to time we hear that things get stolen, and these things, they just find their way back into the market. It does not help to build confidence. Is there so a direct question? Is there perhaps a lacuna in the law that judges are not able to accept a sample? So that if there is a lacuna in the law, then we are here to fix it, because we can't have a situation where there are some warehouses that are storing tons and tons of deadly material that should be destroyed. So can we get a comment on that? And then for the legal side of things, I wanted to just ask, in terms of the conviction rate, is it a useful tool? Is it a useful metric to use a conviction rate? And the reason I'm asking this is that does that not put undue pressure for you to actually embarrass the NPA, because you're just trying to have a high conviction rate and all of that, and you end up taking cases that you just, because you have to have a 98% conviction of all the cases that you do. So I'm just worried about the usefulness of this conviction rate. And also whether also on the other hand, does it not also cause that some of the cases you decide that you make a call too quickly, that is not a winnable case, and then you drop it? Like, for instance, this Phala Phala one, as an example. I'm just worried about this metric of the conviction rate. The last one is that on the legal side. The last one on the legal side, I'm interested to know, can you comment on the rise of the private prosecution, given that you are happy with your conviction rate, but the rise of the private prosecution, Advocate Harinel is really making what you call it a huge success out of private prosecution. I think the fact that he's making a success must be talking to the things that you do in NPA that Harinel does better in private prosecution. Is that not an indictment to the NPA that private prosecution has now become an alternative home? I mean, even this Phala Phala thing will definitely go into private prosecution. I mean, does that not impugn the integrity of the and public trust of the institution? And then lastly, on the IDAC NPP, on the IDAC report, there's maybe this one between IDAC presenter and the NDPP. Can they respond to this one? There's a Center for Development and Enterprise, CDE, that has issued a report by N. Bernstein, dated 1st of October, 2024. This report is very scathing, extremely scathing to the NPA. I don't know if this report, NPA has read this report, but what have you got to say about this report? One of the subheadings in this report, two of the subheadings in this report, I won't go into detail, but I'm going to give you the subheadings. The subheading will say dismal record. Imagine, just as a subheading talking about the NPA, there's a subheading on dismal record. There's another subheading that says rogue elements and obstructiveness. This is what is happening within the NPA, according to a reputable institution here called CDE. What have you got to say about that? Apparently, or not apparently, they also make a recommendation that there's such a mess there at NPA that they're actually making a recommendation that the president must appoint a senior retired judge to make a serious investigation into what is happening. I think this is a serious issue raised by a very credible institution. What's your comment on this recommendation and all of that? And I hear that former Chief Justice Zondo is being earmarked for this lucrative contract. You don't have to comment on that, but I'm just mentioning it in passing. But the key issue for me here is the issues that are raised by the CDE. What's your comment on such a scathing report in terms of the basically just mull everything happening in the NPA? Thank you, Chair.
Advocate Nkovana.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, to NDPP and your team. My comments, Chairperson, are as follows, and the questions and what we would require as the committee to continuously monitor the performance of these institutions and whether they are performing according to their commitments and the budgetary process and the state resources are utilized efficiently. I must say NPA is one of the highly most funded institution. So the honorable member Klopa dealt with the backlog and the fact that AG raised this. But first thing is that this should be in one of the APPs, in one of the key indicators in your APP, which we discussed with the AG and Department of Justice. So this is concerning especially the high number of postponements, which we were told about, the 732 postponements, resulting in a cumulative delay of 769,000 months. That's what the AG has managed to do. So it's very much concerning, because you find that a lot of awaiting trial prisoners, their matters are just postponed. It's worse as well finding magistrates who are also not interrogating these matters, demanding why the matter is postponed, or striking off the matter of the roll if the matter is not ready for trial. And you find that awaiting prisoners stay a long time in prison, whereas they've committed minor crimes and they end up being subjected to that incarceration for up to 12 to 3 years, whilst this is caused by inefficient ineffective process which is utilized. So that's one thing. I would also ask the NDPP to provide a list of that might take 2 to 3 weeks for you to get that information, Chairperson. Again, I'm still raising the fact that we meet here, we request documents, but I think our secretariat should help us to note this and follow up with this institution, because it's not the first time meeting with them and requesting documents, but you find that they are not forthcoming. But I'm not referring to this matter. So how many awaiting trial accused persons whose matters are being postponed? And I think you can just give the first quarter, because already we can't say the whole year, but where they've spent more than 12 months, actually let's say 6 months to upward in prison, awaiting trial, and their matters are just being postponed. Then secondly, the issue of the increasing, you say there's increasing use of the CADR, which you say is reaping dividends, and you're speaking about this being the best you are doing as NPA in collaboration with DPCI, that you have recovered 2.2 billion, which from SEP resolution, and you've recovered that there was that 2 billion from, is it 2 billion or how many billions from ABB case? I'm still repeating that process. You should make sure that it's compliant to the Criminal Procedure Act, especially the ABB matter. You cannot settle with ABB. Yes, you said it's the company, not directors, but remember fiduciary responsibility. So that process, you need to amend it. You need to make sure that it's in compliance to Section 105A of the Criminal Procedure Act, where the plea and sentence agreement, where it allows the accused person to enter into an agreement with the prosecutor leading to a guilty plea in exchange for a lesser sentence or charges or something. So you cannot have ABB paying those billions and then they just walk free. They are directors and they must plead guilty. They then need to get that exchange. And we know that it has been uncovered as well that one of their directors acknowledged that there was nothing which they have, which was implicating Mr. Koko. The National Prosecuting matters, Honorable Manye raised them, but it's concerning NDPP because a lot of them are impacting the poor and the marginalized and people who are not able to fight for themselves. There is one Kimberley matter which was opened of abduction. It's a 2016 matter. The family has not found closure to this day. And that matter, your NDPP, your DPP just National prosecute the matter. they've decided to conduct an inquest. Yes, it might maybe help for closure, but I think sometimes in such matters, it will help that you work very closely, because there's that approach of prosecutor-guided investigation approach. So we need to find a way of making sure that the families are not waiting for all these years, and then at the end of the day, it said you refuse to prosecute, and the process of also inquest doesn't seem to be bearing any fruits. I'll share the details of this, and so that you can follow up with your office. How will you be setting down that matter for an inquest? And then there is another matter of the Dr. Kasilembo, the UCT matter, as well, the alleged rape by the UCT lecturer. So as well, that one was it was a nolle prosequi, and the challenge is that you find that the victim is not even engaged by the prosecutor, and the matter is just withdrawn, and that is also a challenge. If you can just check on that. The missing persons, the last time we met with your team and TRC and Justice, I also requested that can we be provided with information of how many cases have been resolved around Mpumalanga and the missing persons as a result of the Mbogoto vigilante group around Mpumalanga, and how many people, though that one is for justice, were paid or reparations. But then from your side, how many people were traced around Mpumalanga? So that one I requested, I still haven't received it. And there are unresolved cases. Well, the Steinhoff scandal, we've been talking about that. And I mean, it's concerning that it also took so much, and at the end of the day, well, Honorable Breitenbach addressed that. And we have the issue of the need for prosecutor-guided investigation approach, which I think you should find a way of working closely with SAPS for further investigation. So here there was a question which Minister Lamula responded to in the previous administration, saying a written question that 1,000, in fact, it was 1,820,000 cases were returned to SAP for further investigation in the past 5 financial years. So it was a 5-year period. So, and said the decision by a prosecutor, whether a decision was taken or further investigation was required. So was recorded in a docket to register at each magistrate's office. So the number is very much high. So I think we need to make sure that you also indicate what strategy can you use to make sure that these investigations, when they are conducted in such a way that there won't be matters which are referred back to SAPS, and then the matter will be delaying. Then the next one is the expenditure relating to Section 38 for the consultants. That question was asked about Advocate Pretorius and Advocate Shackleson. And we know that Section 838, you addressed it, that you have the powers to delegate your duties which are exercised by the National Director or any deputy. And in this matter, yes, the issue of security clearance, you'll ask. The last time you said they signed some confidentiality clause, which is not sufficient, which they need to be vetted, and we agreed as well that we'll have to intervene with SSA on that matter. But then my question or my request, which I think you don't have to answer on this, and I need you can answer if you know the figure. For the past financial year, how much have you spent on the Section 38 consultants, specialist litigators or consultants appointed? And secondly, specifically for these two Advocate Pretorius, SC and Shackleson, how much have you spent paying them? So this information, you can prepare a response in writing so that we can see how state resources were spent, because my concern as well was that we as an NPA, you have very experienced prosecutors, state prosecutors who can state advocates who are there, trained, and you have the resources to even train them further, who can prosecute these matters, and for you to move away from using specialist consultants, who as well, we've raised the issue that they have dealt with the matters of the State Capture Commission, and those matters are before court. They are being reviewed. They are currently 11 review of the state capture report. Then the energizing NPA, you speak this report, the CDE report, which my colleague or honorable member Manye has indicated, which is scathing on the NPA. I think you'll address that one. And then the number of state capture, in fact, the following targets you failed to achieve: number of state capture and complex corruption matters enrolled, freezing orders obtained for corruption or related offenses, value for recoveries. So I think as well that one, the question which I agree with is, do you have to be under pressure as well to rush to arrest? I think the last time we spoke about it, and correctly, we are saying it even now, that sometimes there will be that thing to expect that you must just arrest. You've arrested some people, destroyed their lives, and at the end of the day, we find ourselves having those cases being postponed for investigation. So the best way is for you to work with other law enforcement to make sure that when you arrest, all the evidence you have, and you will be prosecuting immediately, so that there is no delay in a person who's arrested, either remanded in custody, or a person who's arrested now is being painted in the media as this, because I mean, it's very rare for people to get or to understand that once the arrest, like the issue of not guilty until proven, or you are innocent until proven guilty. So there's that perpetuation of guilty until proven innocent, which is perpetuated in the country. So there is an there was a request as well for an intervention. As NPA, you are failing to assist the victims. There's a case as well of a murder case in the Eastern Cape at Tangwana village, Manfrey, where the family members were brutal murders and destruction of property by a vigilante group. And apparently there's lack of communication from NPA. NTPP, what I've realized is that even victims of sexual assault, you'd find that when the accused has been arrested, is appearing in court, there is very rarely where the prosecutors will also engage the witness, update the witness. Okay, the case will be postponed. Now we are waiting for this. I think there should be a way, even if it's not the prosecutor herself, but then within the prosecutorial space of in each magistrate's office, to inform the person the matter will be postponed and why the matter is postponed. We're still waiting for the following or the attorney, just that explanation, because in court that is never done. And finally, then the issue of withdrawal of especially GBV cases. There's this scaring issue which is very rife now in South Africa, especially the femicide cases or cases which are withdrawn because the victim and the perpetrator would have agreed to withdraw the matter. Now, I think that should be very clear, advocate, that I don't know how the prosecutors and the courts we can revert back to the fact that a case like that, any case which is open is a state case, is not the case of the victim. If the victim is being victimized or is sexually abused or is a assault GPH, because when we do oversight, you find that in magistrates' offices or in courts, police stations, those are the highest reported matters, but then they are withdrawn. And the question is, why withdraw a matter when the case, you have all the evidence before you, when crime has been committed against this person, can't we use the provision that this is a state case, and if the person is refusing to appear, then you can compel that witness to appear and give testimony, because this matter of gender-based violence need to be dealt with. Thank you, Chairperson, for that. So I've requested 2 things from the NDPP, is the issue of how much is being paid to those specialist prosecutors or litigation specialists, and then in terms of Section 38, and then the issue of those who are being remanded in custody, and for cases which you'd find that 6 months and above for the we can say for the past financial period, or whichever is possible, so that we can identify this problem and deal with it immediately. We can't have people languishing in prison when their matters should have been dealt with, or the investigation is not complete, and especially minor crimes, or where the investigation is complete, arrest the person and prosecute immediately.
Thank you. Honorable Tsotsits.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to members in the House, in the platform, and as well as all representatives of the NPA. I think it was very notable, NDPP, that in your opening remarks, which many members would have mentioned, you would have came across as a person who decries public pressure, which is exerted, or a yearning by the public to see convictions on some of the cases which are profiled. I don't think that I think actually that the entity itself is the one that at times create necessary the condition, fertile conditions for this public pressure to be exerted because of how it conducts its work. I will read an extract for you from the statement of the NPA, the Northwest Division of 2022, wherein you say the province is now the focus of more than 50 criminal cases involving the theft of public money. There are 17 cases currently enrolled in the court involving 19 people, including a former head of a department, 3 former municipal managers, and a mayor. Now, this is what the NPA says to the people, that through Rachel, I think Rachel Mukari, was acting director of public prosecutions in that division. Now, this is what you are saying to the people of Northwest, that you are engaged in these cases, and then you create an impression that you have everything figured out, and that in no time things will be fine, and those that would have wronged the people would be behind bars. Now, time goes by, and then there is no feedback to the people as to where these issues are, and so forth. Even the wording of the NPA, when it speaks about some of these cases, you would swear that, for instance, in the same statement, it says the former HOD of Public Works who colluded with 4 district directors and the CFO of the Republic of Public Works in awarding a tender to construct roads without following tender. The wording itself suggests that there is prima facie evidence which these people are going to, through which these people are going to end up in jail. And then that does not happen. Having articulated yourselves in this fashion, how do you really fault the public for having expectations on how you're going to conduct your work, on what's going to be a recourse for areas of corruption and so forth? And then there are other clear articulated cases which the public would still wonder what is happening with them. The issue which would have been ventilated in the Zondo commission that spoke about the money laundering, which involved the SA Express in the Northwest. I mean, in terms of the commission, you would find that there are people who would have actually accepted receiving proceeds of such and so forth. These are all playing out in the public discourse, and then there isn't anything that is happening about that. Perhaps we'll want to make a follow-up, because for a person in the Northwest who still sees the airport not working, which is supposed to service them, it will only serve as a reminder of failures of the, on the part of the National Prosecuting Authority. Because really the case, like I would have mentioned, have played themselves out in the public platforms. But also, what exactly is a fuss on dealing with cases which would have committed to the public that you are in possession of prima facie evidence? You would go to issues that relates to the issue of Mediosa, where in the health head of department would have been arrested for awarding the contract wrong, and then there was a hype on the part of the NPA that it will attend to these things. Now, I think that like Honorable Breitenbach would have mentioned, that with all the expectations that you are creating, and then excuse me, and then you don't even secure one prosecution on these matters, it begins to create a public concern, which you decry now the NDPP as a public pressure. Now, you have mentioned in the report that in terms of the conviction rate, 691 in the high courts out of 759 cases, which amounts to 91%. And the table mentioned number of figures also, which would relate to various other courts. Do you have maybe a sense of what becomes the nature of the cases which you lose, which you don't secure convictions on? I'm raising this because I'm just imagining that the conviction rate may well be on basis of clear-cut issues, contact crimes, but when it comes to other cases, you may be losing them. So maybe if you can just give us a sense, particularly the ones in the High Court, what is the nature? Of course, the numbers are good. that 91% of conviction rate you've been able to secure. But please put us into speed on what is the nature, if you've been able to dissect the nature of the cases that you normally lose. And then if that is the case, or if they are clustered in such a way, what then would be the structural weakness on how the NPA conduct its business, which result in the lack of conviction rate on those particular nature of cases. What is less canvassed is the fact that you tend to make greater success in prosecuting some of the private sector corruption. You know, the picture is created in this country, and the private sector in the main gets off the hook, and the less is said about the private sector corruption. But I think that your report itself suggests and gives evidence in terms of numbers that there is a lot of corruption in the private sector. Although I think that, in my view, I think that the numbers don't necessarily speak the true picture of, or don't necessarily give out a true picture of the extent of corruption that is happening there. But I think it's one of the things that perhaps as a committee, we might want to also applaud as a way of pointing out that we may want to arrest corruption in all facets and sectors of society wherein it's manifesting itself. Because in most areas, I mean, private sector corruption is the one that normally seen to be enabling or motivating the public sector corruption. Now, I just need you to clarify an issue here. For the purposes of the public, the manner in which it was articulated, it may just create a different impression, where you speak about the non-trial recovery of assets. I just feel that you must outline in bold that the non-trial does not necessarily mean that those that would have stolen are off the hook, or the fact that they would have surrendered this or that asset, that it means that now they would have been off the hook. I think that just requires a bit of clarity. I would not have had, maybe perhaps it's because I'm serving in this committee for the first time, but I would not have had the NPA expressing in detail what, in their view, may necessitate them operating independently or detached from the department. The reason I'm raising this, that maybe of course it's in the legacy report, but the reason I would want to get a sense of what in the main informs that particular view is because not so long ago we sat in the committee with a public perception that the department is denying the NPA access to state capture records, and then if this is not thoroughly clarified, may lead a public perception that indeed there is an existence but invisible conflict that would result to the shenanigans happening between important cases that the NPA would deal with and the evidence as it may withheld by the department, particularly as it relates to the Zondo Commission. So I think would just require a little bit of clarity in that regard. Chair, I think let me pause there. Let me pause there, but
Thank
pause
you.
with.
Thank you, Honorable Nomvalo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Many of my questions, Chair, have been stolen by some honorable members who have spoken before me. I think for the first time, I'll be very short, Chair. One, the question that I have relates to political killings, in particular in KZN. There was a commission that was established, I think it was in 2018, and it was called the Morane Commission, which was presided over by a senior counsel advocate, Morane, from KZN, who's practicing in KZN as an advocate. One, in my view, the issue of political killings does not need an inquiry with the availability of efficient and effective public prosecution authority, unless there's a problem with the public prosecution authority, because that is criminal activism, political killings. It's just that they are happening in numbers. So if you have an efficient public prosecuting authority, you don't need an inquiry. You just need to intensify your investigation and your prosecution and convict people. And you get reasons for such killings during the course of investigation and during the course of prosecution in court. So my view is that that was a waste of state resources to establish a political inquiry. But my point is not there. I don't want to be misconstrued as though I attribute that to the NPA. I know that it does not rest with their powers to appoint the Commission of Inquiries. My point relates to progress that has been made by the NPA to prosecuting those who were apprehended. I know that the investigation should be done by the police who form part of the value chain of the justice system. But there are cases which have not been finalized. I think some are reaching. It's like the Senzo Meyiwa case. I mean, I can mention a few. I can mention a case of a former councillor of Umzimkhulu municipality, Sindiso Magada. May his soul rest in peace. I think he passed on in 2017. And the perpetrators, the alleged or the suspected perpetrators, were arrested in 2018, 2019. But to date, the trial has not been completed. And the police are saying, no, we've done our part, we've investigated, we've apprehended people and handed over them, to prosecution. But the case is not finding any sense of direction. I can think of a case of a former speaker of Umzimkhulu municipality, Kaya Tobela, may his soul rest in peace also. His case has not been finalized to date. He was also arrested in 2018. I can think of a former councillor also, Ndu Shibase, was also, brutally murdered in 2017. His case has not been finalized. I was hoping that because this is not a by the way issue, the issue of political killings, And worse, because in 2026, we are going to local government elections. And under, heated political dynamics in KZN. So in terms of dealing with crime, the NPA must be ahead. I know that the competency to prevent crime lies with the SAPS, but I'm saying with these cases that are in your hands, you must set a good example that will inspire fear to criminals so that they are not going to think of repeating the same crimes towards 2026. So the issue of political killings really needs to be taken serious. And what is more worrisome to me is that some of these cases die in the hands of the NPA. After when the police have done their part of arresting people and handed them over to the NPA. So can the NDPP take public into confidence on the... But who's talking now while I'm on the floor?
What's that? What's that?
No, man, don't do that way, no, man.
Please, colleagues, let's have our mics muted all the time when you're not recognized to speak. Apologies, Mr. Numva.
Yeah, so I just wanted to raise that point here on political killings that we really did not need the commission of inquiry there. We just needed to enhance our crime intelligence to be ahead of criminals, and we really needed to intensify our investigation strategies and to intensify our prosecution capacity in court. But I would like the NDPP to take us through in that regard. Then the second point here relates to the aspiring prosecutors program. The question that I have is, at what stage are those learners, if you call them learners, who are under that program, are taken to court to prosecute or to do practical work? And in my legal observation, I think they are prematurely taken to court, the result of which they enroll matters prematurely, and two, they maliciously prosecute, the result of which the NPA gets sued for malicious prosecution. So at what stage are they taken, and what is the supervision that is given to them during the course of executing their responsibilities? I'm saying this, Chair, based on experience which I have. In the past, I've dealt with many of learners who are under this program, and the manner in which they handle some of cases, and understandable so, because there is no regular, supervision that is done on them to ensure that there is no professional negligence during the course of executing their responsibilities. So at what stage? And I would like the NDPP to also make a report, or to also give a presentation of whether there are any civil claims of malicious prosecution that are against the NPA. And if there are any, how much have you lost in that regard? And how does the AG characterizes such expenditure? Does the AG characterizes it as wasteful expenditure? Because in my legal view, or in my legal understanding, it should be characterized as such, because it's expenditure that can be avoided, and it's expenditure that comes out of professional negligence. So do you have such cases, and what plans are in place to ensure that such civil cases which are against the NPA do not occur in future? Do you have any plans that are in place? Then the third issue was about the issue of Phala. Section 20 of the NPA gives powers to the NPA, of the NPA Act, gives powers to the NPA to institute and conduct criminal proceedings. I think the last time we met you, NDPP, when we asked about this thing of Phala, the response we got was that the Phala issue was reported. It's just that I forget the name of the police station, but in Limpopo, it was reported. We would like to get a case number, and we're told that there is a docket which was opened, because these dockets can appear sometimes. Remember how can disappear. Remember how the Phala issue was unveiled. Before it was unveiled, there was a lot of maneuvering that took place underground. So this is a matter of public interest, and we don't want it to die a natural death. Well, it's good that there is some slight progress that has been made on the state capture commission recommendations and findings. But I'm saying the Zondo Commission or the Zondo recommendations are not the only thing that matter in this country. We've got so many problems. So we can't rate your performance based on what you have done on the Zondo. I'm saying this because it appears that what dominates in your language is the Zondo Commission, is just your state capture, that this is what we've done. Then that's well and good. We appreciate that. But like we said, that from an ideological perspective, the commission was, mischaracterized in terms of naming, because when you talk of the state, you talk about three organs. We are not talking about the government only, which is why I agree and I align myself with a question that has been asked about prosecuting the private sector also. So I'm saying the preoccupation here should not be about the state capture only, whereas we're swimming in the midst of criminal activism in this country from all sectors and from all organs of the state. And then the last issue, Chair, relates to obtaining, not the last one. It is in the public domain, NDPP, whether it's true or not, but the fact of the matter is that sometimes perceptions, when they are not properly clarified, they might gain acceptance, and they might be, be accepted by people out there who just rely on headlines or on the media, on what is being reported by the media. Do you have a good relationship with your principal? Can you take society into confidence? Do you have a good relationship with the minister? Are you working well with the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development? Do you comply to her orders? That is a question that I want to ask. Secondly, with regards to obtaining data from the Zondo Commission's archives, how much data have you obtained so far? And what attempts have you made after our last meeting with you? What attempts have you made in securing that data to enable you to prosecute? Because the manner in which you presented your quagmire in our last meeting, it appeared as though the commission, the Zondo Commission, is between yourself and successful prosecution. The reason why you have not done as you desire in terms of prosecuting or in terms of implementing the Zondo, recommendations is because there is that stumbling block of, not wanting to give you the necessary data that will help you in that regard. So can you take us into confidence? Two is the issue of equity. That what in terms of representation of gender and color in your office, do we have enough blacks? Do we have can you take us give a report in that regard? And then the last one, the last now, is about the dominant practice in society of security companies which are being established, for the purposes of amassing or of owning ammunition, especially in the taxi industry. Many taxi owners, they just open security companies. They register, they open, and then they buy many guns. And that is not done for the purposes of securing contracts. Some just do them for the purposes of, buying ammunition and owning. So have you come across such cases and prosecuted them? Because most of these guns which they own are used for the proceeds of crime. So what kind of have you made any successful in that prosecution in that regard? Have you come across such cases? And do you believe or do you agree with me when I say there is that kind of a dominant and unethical practice in our society at large? Do you even know that? And then the last one, I was hoping, Chair, that
how many last ones do we have, Mr. Nomba?
This is the last one, Chair. The last one, Chair. I was hoping that there will be a report on extortion, Chair, because extortion is a talk of the town. It's not just a talk. In fact, it's not a new phenomenon in society. Extortion is an old, unethical and criminal activity that has been dominant in our society. It's just that now it has gained, attention in the public domain. So it's an old thing which has been happening in society for quite some time. But I was hoping that the NDPP's, annual report will also make a reflection of how many cases they've successfully, prosecuted that relate to extortion, and how many, cases which are still under prosecution. This is, thank you very much. This was the last one, Chair. For real, thank you.
Honorable Sally.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, all members, and to the representatives of the NDPP's office. Thank you for the presentation. The figures on paper looks promising, but it's not a true reflection of what we know is actually happening in our country. Having worked both in the NPA and Department of Justice, I would be one of the first people who would want to welcome success of the NPA if I saw success. Having stemmed from a period where much more pride was taken in the investigations of successful prosecutions and convictions of matters, where matters were not easily withdrawn or no prosecution decided. There was way more confidence in the broader space of the community in the past. We have watched the decline of the NPA, and we are hoping for the effective change and prosecution without fear or favor. However, I recognize that the NPA does not work in isolation and that there are many other stakeholders involved in ensuring the effective prosecution and conviction of matters. but conviction of matters ultimately is crucial. What I want to know also, prosecutors are duly bound to ensure the investigation of matters and to ensure that the investigating officers are correctly guided in the prosecution of ensuring the prosecution of matters. So what accountability is currently being done insofar as it comes to the SAPs and investigating officers when prosecution or the prosecutors are determining that statements are effectively not taken, evidence is not effectively collected, and therefore many a matter is not able to be prosecuted or continued with the matter because of lack of skills within SAPs. What is prosecution doing in order to escalate and raise these concerns? I recognize, and I've been on the ground and I've witnessed the failure of SAPs in drafting of statements, investigation of crimes. So I know what the prosecutors are also dealing with. However, today I'm taken aback by the defense of being dealt with harshly. For any prosecutors to say we are being dealt with harshly with regard to, for example, the state capture matters, etc., that's a bit of a concern, because ek dink prosecutors moet 'n bietjie meer dikvel wees in hoe hulle werk doen. And let's face it, the criticism from the community is not just with regard to state capture, but it is with regard to many aspects within prosecution that is being faced by the public in how matters are being dealt with. The prosecutors need to start taking criticisms, which is honestly not limited to the matters that we've highlighted before. I noted that I was very disheartened by that defense. We need to understand the delays in matters, the continuous postponement in matters, the failure to prosecute. How many cases are not being reported due to past failures to effectively prosecute or failure of prosecutors to provide feedback to victims? People are losing confidence in the justice system as a whole, as including the NPA. I welcome the aspirant prosecutor program and the employment of more staff. However, we need to realize that much more training will be required for these aspirant prosecutors to reach full capacity and to be able to conduct their work effectively. In NPA and in in the justice system as a whole, I have noted of effective training and constant training which is needed. The cold matters, the nolly prosecute matters, those matters that is withdrawn, it would be very to investigate the reasons for withdrawal of these matters and also questions that may have been asked to the investigating officers and how prosecutors actually applied their mind when they nollied these matters. Because for myself, it's very concerning when matters of intimidation and harassment surrounding sexual offences matters is withdrawn, because I am receiving a lot of complaints as well as other sexual offences matters that has been withdrawn as well. I recognize the NPA does not work in isolation. I have informed you of that. So I'm trying to be as neutral as possible in giving my criticism. But I wish to take this opportunity as well. We've given the NPA quite a bashing, but I do want to thank the dedicated prosecutors for their hard work under very trying situations, as well as staff shortage, which has been happening over a lengthy period of time. In the period of time that I worked in prosecution, there was a time where all positions was frozen. And I don't think that anybody comprehends and understands that that period of time when when positions was frozen and our population grew and communities grew, the rippling effect it had on the NPA and many other departments within the country. However, systems will have to be put in place to regain the trust of the community. If our legal system is defective, there will be the issues that we are currently facing in the country. The sexual offences cases and the amount of matters presented in the documentation is definitely not a true reflection of what is actually happening, but it is evident if I look at the numbers and how many matters is not being reported, but the reality of how many rapes and other sexual offences is happening, it gives us an indication of lack of trust. Very concerning, and my colleague prior to me brought it up, is the extortion matters. How many extortion matters are there currently? How long is the investigations of these extortion matters taking? And how much successful convictions are we having on these extortion matters? Criminals are becoming more brazen, and part of the reason is that they know how to work the system and have infiltrated many a sector. We have to change the narrative and accept criticism, and we have to work harder in ensuring successful and effective prosecutions of matters. So that is basically in a nutshell that I have. I believe my colleagues has raised all the other concerns that was also noted. I thank you, Chair, and I thank you for providing the time in detailing my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sally. NTP and the team, can you please make reactions to the issues raised by members?
Sorry, Chair, I have one matter that I forgot to raise. Can I briefly raise it?
Yes, please, quick.
Thank you, thank you. It's to the National Director, who stated in her opening remarks that that the senior management of the NPA is now cleansed of any undesirable elements, particularly those who were involved in state capture, and that they're 100% committed to the Constitution and have great integrity. Well, that just isn't true. We both know that. There are still many people in senior positions, and who knows how many others, but many people in senior positions who are still in those positions, who we all know were involved in state capture. So would you update us, please, on how you're progressing in getting rid of those people? Thank you.
NTPP?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, there's a lot of questions that have been asked. So we're going to deal with it with different colleagues who will identify questions that relate to the portfolios that they are managing and address it accordingly. Just perhaps maybe we will start with the sexual and gender-based violence issues that were raised. And before I ask Advocate Bonnie Curry-Gammo to come in, I want to deal with the issues that Honorable Mkhwebane mentioned a number of issues. I think it's really, you know, when one or two, each, I agree that no victim should actually experience a situation where you do not get feedback, you don't understand what is going on. And we have in the NPA, there are many directors of public prosecutions, I know, that are currently on this platform, that are listening, and who knows that it is part of our strategic initiatives is to keep the victims informed. Because when many years ago, we had a survey about what justice for victims means in the NPA, it became very clear to us that victims simply wanted to know what is going on. It was very clear to us. So we have spent a lot of efforts in trying to ensure that we keep victims informed. They may not always agree with the way things are, the direction taken, but at least they understand why certain decisions have to be made. So we've invested a lot of time and effort in this. And so it would be very disheartening if this is still happening. But I would ask that when these things happen and these particular matters are reported to honorable members, that they immediately contact the DPPs in the relevant division and send a written complaint to them, assist these victims so that we can ensure that this does not happen in future. We've actually, you know, there are certain comments that are made that are, you know, not completely factually incorrect. Reasons for postponements are never given. You know, the term used is never. And that would be, in my view, completely incorrect. It would be, as I said, there may be occasions when this happens and it shouldn't, but these are things that we as prosecutors really try to do because of what emerged from a survey many years ago. As far as the, so the lack of communication is a serious issue, and I'll ask, Bonnie perhaps to touch on that as well in terms of the TCCs. As far as, withdrawal of cases on the victim's request, it would be very sad if we put ourselves in the position of victims and what they are going through when they come to prosecutors and want to withdraw cases. And for us to be steadfast and say, we don't represent you, we represent the state. We actually represent the victims of crime. We are lawyers for the people. We've got to listen to them, and we've got to understand what they're going through. And so it's we shouldn't take the armchair view and think we understand what victims are going through. These are difficult decisions that prosecutors have to take every day, but we have to balance the interests. And I know many DPPs and prosecutors will tell you about cases where they would have preferred not to withdraw matters. But when you think of perhaps victims that depend on the husband or the partner, male partner, who is the person that is the only one that's bringing home the money, they're very complicated circumstances. So I agree, for us, these are important issues. Gender-based violence is a huge scourge in our country, and we try to encourage victims to really proceed with their cases. But this is not a simple matter. It's very, very difficult. I think I'm just going to leave it at that, and Advocate Bonnie Curry-Gamble, if you can come in and deal with some of the issues of SGBV, and then I'll come to the NPS. Bradley and your team, if you can be ready after that, and then we'll take it from the asset recovery and the budget, perhaps. Please go ahead, Bonnie.
Good afternoon to the Chair, NDPP, and to the members. First of all, the question by the Honourable Breitenbach in respect of the serial rapist prioritization initiative. As its name suggests, it is geared towards ensuring that the scourge of serial rapists is addressed effectively. The question related to how many arrests, etc., there have been. I can say that since the inception of the serial rapist prioritization initiative, as at August of this year, 35 matters have been enrolled. This does not cover the additional matters that may have been on the court roll in any event. And that is a collaboration between the NPA and the SECI unit, which is the Serial and Electronic Crimes Investigation Unit of the police, which has allowed us to really effectively, because we have access to the DNA as well, I not only identify, but ensure that prosecutions happen in respect of these matters. There was also a question from Honorable Nkobana relating to the victims of sexual assault not being updated. I just want to advise that through our TCC model, which are the one-stop centers providing pretrial services to our victims of sexual assault, but GBV generally, but in particular to address this particular question, sexual assault, which the TCC model itself provides vital pretrial services such as psychosocial, medical, and legal. But included in the services, the victims are kept abreast of the status of their matters by the TCC staff in the form of a victim assistant officer or a TCC coordinator who are NPA staff, as well as state advocates that are linked to the TCCs. This is, of course, in addition to the court preparation officers from the National Prosecuting Service who are stationed at the various courts, where they are also trained to provide our victims with information relating to how to track their cases. And this, of course, is important because the witnesses are being empowered through our court preparation officers to understand how the system works, to understand what could cause delays, to understand the court process, also then taking and reducing the trauma around the whole process, and also allowing them, if they need to need any information, exactly where to obtain that information. And of course, at court level, our own prosecutors often also keep the victims informed of what happens in their cases. And I know that the police themselves have a system where victims receive SMSs around the status of their cases. In respect of the question relating to the withdrawal of GBV matters, so as the NPA, we prioritize GBV matters, but at all times, our service is victim-centered. So we do try and prevent secondary trauma by making sure that our decisions are also in the best interest of the victim. So prosecutors can only withdraw or not enroll domestic violence matters unless they have received the necessary authorization from the DPP office or from the person delegated by the DPP office to provide such authorization. Now, very important that that authorization is just not simply given. When the prosecutor requests a permission to withdraw such a matter, they must have provided full details as to why and when, and there must have been consultation with the victim as well. And very importantly, the factors we look at before such a withdrawal is allowed is that we look at the history of violence between the parties. We look at the period of abuse. We look at the seriousness of the charge before us now, and whether a dangerous weapon has been used, whether the perpetrator has access to a dangerous weapon. We look at the extent of the injury and whether there was a protection order in place, whether the perpetrator has previous convictions, and importantly, whether there's a possibility of any coercion, manipulation, intimidation, which may have taken place, causing the victim to ask for a withdrawal. There was a question from Advocate Sali speaking to access to justice, particularly for GBV victims. And so the reason we have been increasing the number of TCCs is particularly to make sure that we are able to make justice more accessible to victims, because the TCC model is really geared towards that victim-centered approach, so that when the victim enters the justice system, we've reduced the trauma and allowed people to want to access the system more often. Currently, as the presentation indicated, during the 23-24 year, we sat at 64 TCCs. In this year, we've added number 65 in Mitchell's Plain on the 18th of August, and we are busy with number 66 in the Free State at Pututi-Java. So all of this is geared towards increasing that accessibility, which Pillar 3 of the NSP also requires the NPA and other stakeholders to do, all aimed at reducing trauma. Chair, NDPP, I think those were the questions related directly to the GBV mandate. Thank you very much.
The reasons. Thank you very much, Advocate Curry Gamwell. Can I come to NPS and Advocate Smith? There are various questions. I'm not sure how the NPS is going to deal with this. Perhaps you can start, and then others in the NPS can come in to deal with specific issues.
Right. Thank you, National Director, Mr. Chairman, and members. Thank you just for the remarks you have made regarding the hard work that prosecutors do. There is a significant amount of work that's gone into prosecution, and no doubt that follows on the significant effort of investigators who have spent many hours investigating matters, and any matter that's sent back for further investigation. And this happens quite a lot because we do tend to follow, particularly as the matters get more serious, a much more prosecutor-guided process. No doubt some members would be familiar with the concept of PGI, prosecutor-guided investigation. So there is often a docket which would come through to the prosecutor, who would give direction to the investigating officer and go back. And that's something which happens in the normal course. It's not unusual for that type of process to take place. But let me respond to some of the more pertinent direct questions. Just in passing, the CARA allocations that the Honourable Breitenbach referred to, those are actually approved by Cabinet, and the administration of the CARA fund is by the Criminal Assets Recovery Unit, which now sits in the Department of Justice. And so the Department of Justice should be able to account, and I would imagine it is part of their normal audit process. The CARA used to be in the NPA, but has for a number of years already been in the Department of Justice. In passing, I seem to recall the last allocations were largely to address illicit mining needs, to deal with that as a huge concern. In respect of the drugs, Mr. Chair, and the destruction of drugs, the Criminal Procedure Act is quite explicit on when drugs may be destroyed. That's generally at the finalization of the case, and we don't generally request that these be provided to the court. So they remain in the custody of SAPS until the case is finalized, and then the SAPS must destroy the drugs. So that's an ongoing process. The question, Mr. Chair, that we had regarding the conviction rate as an indicator, and whether we're not making perhaps this too high so people don't get prosecuted, we have resisted the urge to set conviction rate targets that would discourage prosecutions, particularly difficult cases. So the High Court conviction rate target is 87%, regional courts 74%, and the district court 88%. So these norms would encourage prosecutors to not go for the, let's call it the guaranteed cases, but to take on difficult cases as well. As to the conviction rate being a reliable indicator, it is one that is monitored by most prosecuting authorities. So it is a good indication, because ultimately our work entails taking matters to court, and you want to know whether of the matters that you've taken to court that have gone through the trial process, sometimes lengthy trial process, have a successful outcome. So it is a good indicator, and one which you've been able to consistently demonstrate. So you're able to track over a number of years how we're doing in terms of our work. In respect of backlogs, that's one of those contentious matters where it's not just the NPA that's in the court environment. Judicial officers decide on whether to remand a matter based on the reasons provided by the prosecutor, or, for that matter, the accused. And the opposing party may obviously submit reasons why a matter should not be remanded. The same with regard to persons on bail. By far, the majority of persons are released on bail, and the NPA would only oppose bail when the interests of justice require this. So we do our best to push for cases to be finalized as soon as possible, although we know that this is not always the case, but obviously within the rights of the accused to also ask for remands, and sometimes this does result in the delay of cases. The judiciary is ultimately responsible for the progress of litigation within the court, and to which dates cases should be remanded, and within their capacity constraints and the number of courtrooms available, and so forth. So there's a whole host of factors, but we do monitor how we're doing in terms of our cases, and always try and push for cases to be finalized as quickly as possible. With regard to the question regarding remand detainees over 12 months, we would need to liaise with the Department of Correctional Services to obtain a list of remand detainees who have been in remand detention for a period of longer than 12 months. This is not information that is retained by the NPA. So if the Honourable Member does want this, we will just liaise with the Department of Correctional Services to provide us with such information. There was one or two remarks regarding extradition. Just in passing, Mr. Chair, two persons on slide 22 refer to state capture. The Chilota matter, the former PA who was extradited from the United States. That's in relation to the matter in the Free State, the asbestos matter. And Lomas, extradited from the UK, is in relation to the Kasili matter. Another state capture related matter, the South African Express matter, which was also referred to in the questions, is currently in court in the North West. With regard to the political killings, which were quite specific, we would ask that we would rather respond in writing rather than on a public platform where there may be certain sensitivities. As the Honourable Member indicated, these are rather sensitive matters where both witnesses and government officials are under threat. You would have, for example, seen in the KZN division, we have the highest number of close protection services provided to NPA employees. And so it's not something that I think should be ventilated in such an open platform. In DPP, perhaps that's the first stab at responding to these general questions. Thank you.
There were questions on the backlogs. Will the NPS deal with those issues as well, please? Do you want us to come back to that?
Sorry, NDPP, I did respond just in terms of the backlogs, explaining what it is.
Sorry. Committee Secretary, what is this Proverbs 31 legacy that is appearing here on the screen?
What did you deal with them?
Chairperson, I've been trying to contact that person so that they could identify themselves, but they've never responded to my messages.
No, they must be removed. They must be removed from the meeting completely. You can proceed, NTPP.
Thank you very much, Chair. We'll just look into that and see whether we've covered the issue of backlogs. Perhaps at this point, I'll hand over to Advocate Andrea Johnson, the head of the IDAC, and then I'll come to the AFU part. Andrea?
Sorry, I just would like to raise the volume. Thank you, NDPP. Honourable Chair, honourable members, I will respond as best I can to some of the issues raised. With regards questions raised by the Honourable Glenis Breitenbach, why is IDAC dealing with tax matters? To be clear, Chair, IDAC is not dealing with your traditional tax matters where ordinarily, yes, they ought to resort under the specialized tax unit, which have a presence in all of the offices of the DPPs in all of the provinces and are overseen by a national special director. Those matters where IDAC deals with tax, Honourable Chair and members, is those matters where it is still state capture. The tax prosecution forms part of the bigger state capture prosecution. But as part of a strategy and knowing that the state capture matters, especially with regards to corruption, takes as long as they do, part of the strategy is seeing which portions of matters can be taken to court. However, as is with matters in IDAC, all our matters, Chair, are enrolled after and in consultation with the relevant DPP. So IDAC does not do matters that don't fall within its mandate, and its matters are done in consultation with the DPP, as is a requirement in terms of the NPA Act. My colleague, Bradley Smith, did respond. There are extraditions with regards to state capture. In fact, 2 weeks ago, it was really a big extradition matter with Mr. Lomas. Mr. Lomas had exercised quite a few legal steps He had appealed on numerous occasions, but we stayed with the process. And so he's been brought back into the country, and it deals with the SOE ESCOM. It deals with fraud and corruption at Kusile, and that matter had been on the roll. That matter proceeds, and they are back in court, Honorable Chair and members, on the 25th of October, if I'm not mistaken. With regards an aspect raised by the Honorable Manye, Chair, the IDAC is not investigating the Phala Phala matter. I cannot answer for why there might not have been a response from another investigative agency. With regards the issue on the Gupta extradition, Chair, I would just like to indicate that even before we submitted our application, there had been extensive engagement between the National Prosecuting Authority and the Central Authority of the UAE. And this, Chair, was done in order to ensure that, given the enormity of the application, that we were following our treaty and all the processes and procedures that that Central Authority might require. After those extensive engagements, and after they had in fact perused our papers, our application was sent through the formal channels. We were only informed on the 6th of April that the extradition was not successful. In fact, Director General of the Department of Justice, Advocate Mashabane, did write on the 4th of May to the Central Authority in the UAE, asking a whole lot of questions. One, why were we only informed on the 6th of April, whereas in fact a court had found that the Gupta should not be extradited on the 13th of February. The DG also then raised in that note verbal, Chair, what were the reasons for the extradition failing, and that if in fact, as we had read, the warrants were said to be invalid, we asked two questions, or at least we asked one main question. We asked if our warrants, valid warrants, not cancelled warrants, were in fact presented to the courts that were making the decision on the extradition. And in order to ensure that they understood what it is we were referring to, Honorable Chair, we again, to that note verbal, attached the warrants which were attached as part of the extradition application. Of course, other issues were raised. There was a visit by the then Minister of Justice, Minister Lamola, on the 5th of June, 2023. We had a virtual meeting then again with the Central Authority led by Judge Al-Blushi from the UAE, together with NPA and Department of Justice counterparts on the 15th of June, 2023, where we again raised all of the issues about the warrants, the findings by the court, what were the findings, what was presented to the court, how many court appearances were there. We also raised issues of, if they are not being extradited, as you say, you have concurrent jurisdiction on money laundering. Kindly indicate to South Africa whether or not you're going to be charging the Guptas with the money laundering, so that when we have to resubmit our application after we hear what the legal issues were, we would know what we're going to continue charging them with and what the UAE is going to charge them with. Nothing has been forthcoming. And since the 15th of June, Honorable Chair and members, there have been several note verbals sent to the UAE through the Department of Justice, the Central Authority, and we are none the wiser, Honorable Chair, on the aspects that have been raised by the honorable members and those that I have alluded to. The one other aspect, if I may then very quickly deal with, Chair, there have been questions by various members, and I do apologize if I didn't note every name down, but I think more than one member raised the issue of the Zonda database access. Honorable Chair, we did present ourselves to you and the members on the 10th of September, 2024. The IDAC then had engagements with the Department of Justice, as well as the residual mechanism officials led by Prof. Mosala and the rest of the team. We did engage on two separate occasions. We then also wrote to the Minister, at least, sorry, my apologies, we wrote to the Director General of Justice that there were certain aspects that were raised in Parliament on which we sought clarity before we can then chart the way forward, especially issues that related to legality. We await the response of the DG, and DG has, I think the date of return is the middle of October, which is then by the 15th, and then we follow up. And then in the interim, the head of investigations, Mr. Sissoko, continues to engage with Prof. Mosala. We have provided them again with a list of the documents, that are still outstanding, because we have alluded that there were requests that were outstanding. And Chair, they are in the process of ensuring that all outstanding requests are dealt with. And then we have charted a way forward, which we are not going to discuss on the platform, but once we receive the response from the Director General of Justice on the legal issues and other aspects raised, we would be able to propose the best way forward. So as it stands, Chair, we have attempted to resolve as best we can, and we will continue to embark on that exercise as it is in all our interests. So we're doing that as amicably as possible. NDPP, thank you. I don't know if there were any other aspects that I ought to have dealt with.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. NDPP, can you pause a little bit?
Sure.
Members, I am in transit now. I would like to delegate Mr. Tsotetsi to take over the last part of the meeting. Mr. Tsotetsi, can you please proceed? At 1, I will be off. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
I was going to note what the Chair is saying and allow you to proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Advocate Rabaji Rastava, AFU matters, please.
Thank you very much,
Chair, through you quickly.
Yes, Honorable Mani.
Can you just check the message on the chat group there, Chair, so I don't disrupt the meeting, and can that be addressed properly, Chair? Thank you.
I've noted that Honorable Mani would have raised that extraditions require treaties. Honorable Mani, may I request that we allow the NDPP, and then later on they will come back and deal with the direct question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate Rabaji Rastava.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, NDPP, and thank you for the questions from the honorable members. There was a question from Honorable Glynis Breitenbach when she said that you know, we can see the collections, but this is not impressive. We agree with you, honorable member, that we have to bring more money than the one that we have, given what has been stolen. So the challenge that we face is that AFU does not investigate. We only take matters to court where we've gotten referrals from investigating agencies. So what we take to court, we are able to be successful in. The second challenge that we face is interlocutory applications. Of the 18 billion preservation and restraint orders that we have, we've got over 100 interlocutory applications where people want to, for one reason or another, they try every trick in the book to try and have the money back. Which then takes me to the question that Honorable Mani asked around the success rate. On slide 24, we did allude to the fact that we've got success rate for 2020 is 98, and the following years is 99% all the way. And equally, on the annual report that we have forwarded to Parliament, we've said the AFU has always exceeded the 93% success rate target. So I must apologize if I came across as saying we've never lost a case. The next question, and I just want to reassure Honorable Member Tlinis Breitenbach that the 342 million, which is in the criminal asset with victims, is definitely going to be much more by the end of the financial year. There was a question around the non-trial resolution or the corporate ADRM that we enter into with corporates, and the impression is created that these corporates are really getting away with murder. We'll welcome the opportunity to come and make a presentation to Parliament on this one, so that we can show that over and above the corporates disgorging the benefit they got from tainted contracts, there are also reparations, which is, if you want to use the word fine, that is paid into the criminal asset recovery account. So that's over and above disgorging the tainted contracts. Then there was a question from Honorable Mkhwebane around you haven't achieved certain indicators like freezing orders. We've put together a project where we want to try non-conviction based recoveries, which is a lower standard of proof. Because as I've said, we are waiting on investigating agencies to refer cases to us. We only draft papers and go to the High Court. But because these matters are complex and they take time to investigate, we want to see if we can't have a project where we front foot with non-conviction based recoveries. There was a question on SA Express that there hasn't been any recoveries, and the second related question was on the airport. It's still not fixed, it's still not working, and it creates a bad impression in Northwest. So the matter has been enrolled. The trial is continuing. So what we will do as asset forfeiture is to follow the process of doing a conviction-based recovery once the criminal proceedings are concluded. So the matter is still in our books, Honorable Member. It's not yet it's not yet finalized from our side. There was a question around the claims for damages that we get. I also were another head of representing the legal affairs division, where we defend prosecutions, where we defend claims for damages against NPA.
After for quite a while, and I feel for them because they went through tough times. Fortunately, you did. We adopted you with what you went.
Thank you, Secretary. If you are able on your part to mute those that would be disrupting and they can't hear us.
Yes, Chairperson, I've muted the person.
Proceed.
That was the last question. On this one, Honorable Chair and members, I propose that we give a written response on the 5-year, report or success rate of defending civil claims for damages. We have submitted a report as Legal Affairs Division, but it doesn't give the information or it doesn't give the response that you're looking for. Thank you, NDPP and committee members.
Thank you, Advocate Rabajira Staba. Can I come to Ms. Bulalwa Makeke, who's going to lead on the Auditor General questions and some other questions that can be dealt with by HR. Ms. Makeke.
Yes, thank you very much, NDPP. Honorable members, Honorable Chair, should I have
Sorry,
my
before you
camera on?
continue, sorry, your camera's not on and it's very dark. May I say that Ms. Makeke is the acting DDG Corporate Services? Yes, clear now.
Okay, thank you, NDPP, and thank you to the honorable members for the questions. I thought initially that Advocate Rabajis Taba would respond further with regard to the question on Kara, to say that actually it's opposite, that maybe the question is asked of the NPA in terms of, what's happening with the audits there, because the AFU is the sole contributor to Kara funds. So maybe just as a passing remark, that all that money that goes into there, that gets used, gets allocated to a number of law enforcement agencies, and as well get paid to victims of crime, is money that's contributed by the Asset Forfeiture Unit. If maybe there's interest in terms of the breakdown, specifically the funds allocated to the NPA, it's largely around expenses relating to the asset forfeitures, curator fees, the legal and storage fees, as well as the witness protection program. Quite a substantial amount of money goes into that. The Tutuzela care centers as well, there's a lot of money that goes into there, about 37 million rand. And Section 38 appointments actually are funded from that budget as well in the Kara funds. But specifically on admin issues, the 30 days payments that I think that was raised by Honorable Klopper. It's a very important issue for the NPA. In fact, we're quite up to date with our 30 days payments. We're consistently around just over 99% in terms of payment within 30 days. And in instances where we don't pay within that period, it would be usually, related to systems issues. Sometimes the system's not working within, and then that delays the payments. But if there's other reasons, because we monitor it very closely, if there's other reasons outside of the systems where it's a fault of officials, we actually have consequence management measures that we put in place. So that's why we're actually performing very highly, because it's a very sensitive matter for us, especially as it impacts small businesses, because we understand how much that's important for them to get paid in time. And then again, Honorable Klopper, you also asked about the vacancies. You saw many acting roles in our annual report. You will recall that last year we were significantly impacted, not just the NPA and the department, just overall government, in terms of the budget cuts that were as a result of the National Treasury, which is generally had a fiscal problem that had to be carried through by all the departments. And so the department took a huge knock, over R1 billion, as you're aware. And because the NPA is part of the Department of Justice, was also impacted quite significantly. So we couldn't proceed with any appointments. And in fact, the additional, I'll call it bureaucracy now, that came as a result, of what was guided directives that were given by the Department of Public Service and Administration for, to go through a particular process to make sure that, once the money is available now, that we actually have to go through an additional process of asking for permission and concurrence by the Minister of Public Service and Administration. So that also takes a long process now for us to fill the positions, especially the Public Service Act appointments, because really the NPA Act appointments are not that much affected. And then there was a question around, Honorable Klopper, again, you asked again around the DPP office and the break-in and what the status of that investigation is. So while we did give a response to that 2 days ago, the status still remains the same. The matter is being investigated. It's with the police, so there's no further updates there. But there was no critical information that was stolen from the laptops that were stolen in the office of the DPP. So there's just no information that was compromised. And then I'm just trying to check in terms of The equity stats, I think I will hand this over to my colleague in HR, the head of HR, Ms. Sidi Modise, to just give a high-level breakdown of the equity stats in the NPA. Sidi?
Thanks, Billy, and good afternoon, honorable members. Overall, in terms of the equity in the NPA, at the top management level, we have 60% female. And of that 60%, a total of 4 would be African females, and 3 colored females, and 3 Indian females, and just 2 white females. At the senior management level, we have 44% of senior managers. We are not as yet reaching the 50% target that is set by government, and primarily because our attrition rate is very low. So you would see that's why we reached the 67% at the top management, because that was the layer which you would recall we had a lot of vacancies. So when we were able to move on those vacancies, it was the African females in priority, and in particular and females in general, that were prioritized for that post. That's why we reached the 67%. But because of the low attrition rate, we have not been able to have that significant a movement, but we had increased from 42 prior to the time when we could not fill vacancies to now where we are sitting at 44%. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to deal with some of the issues that have not been covered. Firstly, on the question with regard to the Phala matter. The decision, the DPP who took the decision is on this platform. I want to say that these are processes, there are processes, also review processes that can be utilized for interested parties who are not dissatisfied with the decision. Honorable Manyi said that he wanted to know when the nolo prosequi certificate can be issued, and to use his words, so that they can kick in a private prosecution. Firstly, there must be a formal request to the DPP for this certificate. And secondly, the words used to kick in a private prosecution would seem to suggest that the decision has already been made to, in fact, institute a private prosecution. And this actually highlights the dangers of private prosecutions. I think it's important, it's good that we have it in our law, but it needs to be, we need to ensure that, like the NPA, that works within a particular legal framework and has a constitutional obligation to ensure that we prosecute without fear, favor, or prejudice, that private prosecutions are not utilized in order to further certain agendas. So the NPA provides that kind of safeguard. With regard to the issue of private prosecutions that were raised with regard to AfriForum, I don't have the figures, but we'll certainly look into the numbers of private prosecutions that have been instituted by AfriForum, where the NPA declined to prosecute and there was a successful conviction. My understanding is that the numbers are, well, I better not say anything about that. Let's look at the figures first before we say anything more about that. On the issue of the relationship with the minister, there's no issue with the National Director's relationship with the minister. We have a good relationship. I think we have a meeting scheduled for quite soon. And just to clarify that, I was asked a question whether I comply with the orders of the minister. Just to be clear that the minister does not order a national director. A minister can certainly request various things in terms of the legal framework of a national director, and we certainly comply in terms of providing whatever information we can provide or do whatever we can, depending on what the request is. With regard to the conviction rates, this is a tricky one, and in fact, it's a very, the question that was raised It's actually an important one, and I think that was raised by Honorable Mani as well. Is it useful? Advocate Smith dealt with it, but just to say that this matter has come up, it is a ballpark that is used by prosecution services globally. But you know, it's a double-edged sword, because when we set targets that are too low, then we'll be accused of setting targets that are easily achievable. When we set targets that stretch us, and when we achieve the high targets, then we get accused of actually selecting cases that where there's a higher prospect of successful prosecution. It's a double-edged sword, and you know, it's, you know, you can't win, but that is so far the best metrics that we have in terms of trying to assess you know, whether we are doing our work well or not in terms of the cases that actually come into our space. With regard to the issue of the bad apples in the NPA, just to say that, you know, there are several processes that have been instituted with regard to, you know, certain colleagues that face allegations of compromise. And I think that we need to understand that these processes are internal and they are being dealt with. But I can assure you that, you know, we have worked really hard at ensuring that the top leadership of the NPA the positions are occupied by persons with the highest standards of integrity. And so, but those that don't, we are dealing with those, or their allegations, the processes must be allowed to unfold. And it's not good for the NPA or the persons concerned that these processes are not expedited. To the extent that we can expedite them, we are, but some of them are out of the hands of the NPA. The CADRM, I won't go into detail. Advocate Rabaji Rastaba has dealt with that, but perhaps you know, we'd be happy to make a presentation on this to the committee if they so request, because it's really important that the country understands the importance of this initiative in terms of assisting the country to bring back the money, or to try to assist with you know, penalties being imposed on large corporates that have been involved in various kinds of corruption. And just to be clear again, that the corporates, the directors are not immune from prosecution. It is the corporate entity itself that engages with the NPA and that we reach an agreement with. In terms of the Section 38 questions that were asked, you know, just to make clear that we had, even before the Zondo Commission ended its work, the regulations were amended to ensure that we are able to utilize resources from the Zondo Commission to assist the NPA in its work. This is a logical step. These are the best resources that you can get in order to ensure we're able to move on cases speedily, which is still proving to be a challenge. And so we are engaging and we are working with members of the Zondo Commission, and the other details that were asked for regarding costs, etc., we will submit in writing. With regard to there was other questions that we will respond to. The cases in the Northwest, Mediosa, most of those cases are in court. The DPP of the Northwest, Dr. Makari, is on this platform currently. We will submit a written report on that with regard to Mediosa matter, and any other specific matters we will look at in terms of providing feedback in writing. The issue of the AG's report, Ms. Makeke has dealt with this, but I just want to highlight that these issues that are being raised by the AG really demonstrates the need for us in the criminal justice system to have an integrated and electronic integrated criminal justice system, where you have staff members still relying on manual processes, it actually becomes these kinds of mistakes can happen. And I think it's really important because we want to ensure that our performance data is one we can rely on. And we are doing our best in the NPA to do that. But these issues that have come up really highlight the need for a proper electronic system to be put in place, an integrated system in the criminal justice system that will ensure that we minimize the risk of these challenges. With regard to the CDE report, you know, at the outset, let me say that we do not decry public criticism. In fact, we really welcome public criticism. But it's really important that the public criticism is well informed. With regard to the CDE report, which many members have used to actually make the point that the NPA is not doing its work or failing. There's some other, you know, really strong language that has been used in this regard. I think we need to be clear as one, the NPA was not asked to provide any input into this report before it was published. And we would have been able to deal with some of the criticisms, which we welcome in a very, very constructive way. So, you know, for the sake of the rule of law in our country, we really need to ensure that when such issues are raised, when such reports are put out, that it's put out in a very balanced way, and that you understand that it's dealt with in a very factual way. Because yes, we agree, it seems to, you know, on the issue of dealing with state capture-related corruption, despite the fact that there are a number of cases in court, and I've mentioned that in my opening, and I'm not going to go into that again. We understand, yes, we want those cases to move through the system quickly. Rule of law does not end when cases are enrolled. To have confidence in the rule of law requires that when cases are enrolled, they move quickly through the system. And it requires that the various role players in the system ensure and work towards building the rule of law by playing their part in the system. So, you know, I've said this publicly before as well. Maybe there needs to be harder judicial management of cases once they're in court, because the Stalingrad tactics also plays a very negative role in terms of ensuring that cases move through the system. So yes, we also want to ensure that after a fair process, that first conviction, there is a first conviction on some of these high-profile state capture matters. But various role players in the system must play its part. So going back to the CDE report, it appears from the report that the NPA's inability to do its work is based only on a very minute fraction of its work. And that is very important, I hasten to add, a very important part of its work, but a very small fraction of its work, and that is the state capture corruption related matters. So to actually say that an organization is failing because it fails to deal with a small fraction of its work actually doesn't recognize all of the incredibly important work that has gone into rebuilding a fractured and broken organization and ensuring that we deliver across the board to victims of crime. And we've been through various aspects of our work. I'm not going to report this, but I think it's really important that we ensure that when we do report, we report on facts and we acknowledge what has happened whilst the NPA is held to account for where it is in fact failing and how we can constructively work at addressing those failures. So I think this is really important that we address this in that way. It's very difficult for me as the National Director to actually deal with this issue without sounding defensive, because the last thing we want to be is to be defensive. So all we ask is that we recognize the work that's being done, what good work has been done, where we've been successful, thereby recognizing the work of thousands of prosecutors, and highlight those specific areas where the committee members feels that the NPA is failing, and not just, throw out, comments that seem to suggest the NPA is not doing any work without recognizing the good work. So all I'd ask is that in future, we actually specifically state the areas where the NPA is failing, so that it actually helps us to also better understand and focus on those areas. I just want to make sure that we don't, there were questions around, what the NPA is doing to, what accountability for SAPs and investigating officers. Given that Honorable Sali was an ex-prosecutor, she'll understand the processes and how things work, and that there are efficiency enhancing committees in the various provinces and at local level to deal with these issues. This is not a new problem. It's a problem, the quality and skills of the NPA, of prosecutors, and is being addressed by the NPA in terms of training initiatives, but that in the SAPs is the domain of the SAPs, but it's an ongoing problem. I think I have dealt with all the issues. I think maybe one other issue, it was the issue relating to extortion and investigations. I don't know if I think all I can say here is this is one of the many aspects of organized crime and organized criminality in this country. It's not only extortion relating to whether it's on construction sites or otherwise. It's a whole range of different types of organized criminality that we are facing. And so we really need to ensure that we, across the board, that we organize ourselves as, as a system to deal effectively with organized crime. And that's from crime intelligence, investigations, right through to prosecutions. The only way we can deal with organized criminality is if we actually have a good crime intelligence system, and we're able to have strong prosecutions so that we can, at the end of the day, get the kingpins. It's pointless arresting the runners and those at the lower end of the chain. So there's a lot of work that's being done, but a lot more needs to be done in that regard. So I think, Chair, in closing, I'd really like to highlight that we would really appreciate and welcome constructive criticism and really clear indications of where precisely the NPA is failing, so that we can target our responses, and then we can work on addressing those issues, and that, it's not just bland statements that we're failing, which doesn't help us, it doesn't help the rule of law, and it doesn't help the country. Thank you.
Thank you, NDPP. We would have requested that the questions which were posed in the comment section, which are actually follow-up questions, also be entertained. I've seen that members, as opposed to raising their hands, they've been populating questions in the comment sections.
My hand is up, Chair.
Okay, so what we will do is this: we will treat the questions firstly at DPP in the comment sections as the follow-up questions, and over and above that, take the follow-up questions from Honorable Novang as well as Honorable Kwebalo. So these hands, together with questions that are in the follow-up questions, most of which have been raised by Honorable Manye, would constitute the follow-up questions. And then if you can lead in responding to those, NDPP. But firstly, let's agree on this process. I'm sure you have noted the questions in the comment sections. One speaks about
I see them, Chair.
Okay, you see them.
Thank you.
So,
Use of time, I do see
let's agree that let's take these two questions, and then you will treat those questions as number one, Member 2 as you respond. Let's start first with Honorable Noval, and then Honorable Mkhwebane. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I just want to say this without any fear of contradiction, that the NDPP is undermining our intelligence. We ask many questions here, Maria of them. And then she says we must deal with specifics next time, as though the questions that we've asked are useless. So that is tantamount to undermining our intelligence, and she must never do that again. And we must reprimand that, because Chair, here we're not in a stock fair, we must be taken serious. This is not a talk show. We do this for a purpose of ascertaining the shortcomings and the strengths of the NPA so that we can assist during the course of our engagement. Subsequent to that, the manner in which her and her team answer to a question is not effective and is not coherent because, one, we are used to a method of answering questions in the order of submissions. And people, when they answer questions, they specify that now I'm dealing with these questions which have been asked by so-and-so. And you respond to them as they've been asked. And you move to other people. Not this haphazard approach that is being used here. They just ask, they respond to question haphazardly to say, no, there was a question about this, there was a question about this. We must be taken serious, Chair. As if that is not enough, the NDPP does not answer many questions that we have asked. For instance, I have asked a question about political killings in KZN, and there's no response to that whatsoever. And there's no attempt to say a written response will be given. At least I can believe with some satisfaction if I can be given that response, that if they can't respond now, then they will give written responses to that. I also asked a question about the NPA, the aspirant prosecutors program. I asked the question, at what stage do they place those learners in court for practical work? And in terms of practical experience, are they not placing them prematurely to a point where they compromise the work of the NPA in court, to a point where the department incurs a problem of civil claims which are instituted against it, the NPA? So, Chair, Advocate Batoyi must be reprimanded with the contempt it deserves. Her attitude must be reprimanded with the contempt it deserves. That when you come here, one, the manner in which you respond to our questions must be very formal. Two, you don't make condescensions here and the slightest provocation, as though the questions that we have, asked lack wisdom. We have asked specific questions here, and she has avoided answering to some of the questions. This is not a stock fail. We're not in a stock fail here. We must be taken serious, please.
Thank you. Can we go to Honorable Mkhwebane?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I have also questions which have not been addressed. And also, I would have expected that if they don't have the information, then they would indicate that they will respond in writing. And indeed, I'm also concerned about, Advocate Batoyi, when you come to the committee, we are here, and when we go for our constituency work, we meet with the public, we are on the ground, we receive the complaints. And when we ask these questions, it's not to say I know possibly, yes, as you're saying, that sometimes it's natural for you to want maybe to defend yourself. But the fact of the matter is you might present this, but on the ground, that's not what people are experiencing. And I'm not just expecting that you just defend yourself to say, no, it's totally wrong for me to say all the people I've engaged with who are victims of sexual assault are given information and referring me to the DPPs in the provinces. That's not my responsibility. As the head of this institution, where you account to us, I expect you to say, this is the email or this is the information, honorable members, send that information there. My office, because these people are reporting to you, will then follow up with those NDPPs because those DPPs because they account to you. One of your employees responded, at least she was specific to say, I mean, if you come across as if, no, we cannot, if you are protecting the victim of gender-based violence, which is a concern in the country, and I'm saying to you, the law will allow, because this is a state case, and that the state, yes, you are protecting the victim, but you are also protecting what is currently happening in the country, Advocate Batoyi. In our locations, my villages, you know, I can even send you videos where people are taking the law into their own hands. Last month, they banned 4 young people for the crimes which they've committed, and they are saying these people are arrested, the police are releasing them, not understanding that the police are saying, no, it's not us. Those people appeared in court, they are being released. There is a woman as well who was murdered literally by the public, Ekwahafontein, because of issue of human trafficking. And they are saying it's useless for us to keep the police anyway. They left the woman at the clinic. The people went there to drag literally that person, that woman, and she was killed by the public. So I'm just saying to you that we should be very careful how we respond, because we are raising these issues as the public. Remember, members of parliament are the public, and it is what people are experiencing on the ground. And if you then come across as if, no, but if the victim wants the matter to be withdrawn, I'm protecting the victim because she depends on that husband. As a woman to woman, is it fine to take back that person to the lion's den, to be murdered by the very same husband who is continuously abusing her, then and say, go and withdraw the matter, which again, your staff member, the other lady responded, and at least she said, these are the factors we take into consideration. So my plea to you is that with this scourge of gender-based violence, can you, yes, make sure that your prosecutors, they really make as much as possible refrain from just withdrawing cases. And I'm glad that they get authorization from the NDPP or the DPP to withdraw those cases. But let's be very careful as far as that is concerned. So Mr. Smith as well, the way you are responding, don't just respond just for the sake of responding. So it's for us to say, if you improve on this element, because we agreed with DG Justice that, yes, the issues of postponement has a lot of stakeholders involved. And we agreed that all those stakeholders will be brought together, and we agreed that that key indicator or that target will then involve all those, because the proposal which he made as well was, then it means that target, if we put it in our APP, it means even the police and everyone else will have that target, at least to deal with the backlog, so that we don't find ourselves postponing cases for more than 600,000 and well, the postponements general, which the AG has picked up. So I think it's very careful it's very critical, as Honorable Nomvalo is saying, that can we be taken seriously. We are raising these matters, and I am still waiting for the email where I would send all these matters where families are saying our matters have been withdrawn and nothing is happening, because we can write to the minister, we can raise questions, but to be quick as well, because people are facing these challenges. You didn't respond to the issue of any work which was done by the missing personal task team. You should be saying, okay, I'll investigate, I'll come back in writing about the people who were murdered or who lost their families during 1986, murdered by the Mbogodo vigilante around Mpumalanga or former Kwandebele area. So I would then expect that you would say, we'll be dealing with that particular matter. The issue of the ABB story is one thing I'll raise over and over, and I'm glad that we will have a session where we meet. You go and read section 105A, and we make sure that those agreements, when they are done, people must acknowledge that they are guilty, or the company, if it has to be a corporate responsibility issue where they are found to be wanting. Another issue possibly you might look into NDPP is the issue of the withdrawal of a lot of Nyaupe cases, which communities are saying the people, these young people, yes, it has to go further because the police are the ones who are investigating and they don't bring evidence, and you want to get kingpins behind the intelligence work. But in your engagement with your other law enforcement, I think that's also one thing which is very critical, that how do we deal, linking it to the issue of drugs and stuff like that, but then how can that be dealt with, and what maybe legislative changes which needs to be made for us to deal with that. So I think it's very critical that when we talk here, we talk for the public. It's not us serving our own issues, but we talk for the public. And again, even last time I said, let's make sure that we don't play the men, we play the ball. We don't rush to arrest, we don't rush to persecute, and we just make sure that we deal with matters as much as we have evidence and all those. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhwebane. Those were the two hands that had follow-up questions. I think we must agree, and that some of the questions, particularly yes, would have been raised by Honorable Nuval, are not necessarily follow-up questions, but they are questions that were unanswered from the first round. And then I think we all concur with him that it somehow reflects a weakness when questions are not answered, because it may be well that they are not recorded, as well as comprehensively articulating who would have asked those questions. I think that is an area which we might have to improve. Now, we would also request that I don't know what would have led to that, but may we try to respond to questions that were answered, as well as the supplementary questions, but request that with all the weaknesses having been noted, perhaps if honorable members would still have other questions that they feel are not answered, perhaps if they can make them, write them through supplementary, process them through writing supplementary questions in order for us to really register progress. But with the hardest or harshest of warnings, we request that such must not happen again, where honorable members would ask questions and then they are not either noted for response or not responded to. It really creates problems for the running of the committee. So let's get a response for firstly the questions that were in the comment sections, follow-up questions, as well as the ones that are not responded to. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me firstly say that as the NPA, we regard Parliament as a very, very important accountability mechanism in our constitutional democracy. We respect the work of Parliament, and we want to be held accountable. We want to be guided and supported by Parliament where we are failing. And so it was not the intention to be disrespectful to members when certain questions were not answered. We have been in the past appearing before portfolio committees. What we do is we cluster many honorable members ask questions along the same theme. And so we clustered them and answered them together. And, you know, we go to each of the business units who will deal with questions. So business unit A may have questions that the first member had asked, and maybe the last member as well. So it's very difficult to deal with each one. And this is the approach we have been using in our appearances before Parliament in the past 5 years. And it has worked well because it clusters them together. But we don't want to, in the process, miss out any questions. So to the extent that we may have and not said anything about submitting it in writing, we apologize for that. On the political killings matter, I thought Advocate Smith said we will submit a written report on that, but I don't know that the DPP of KZN is presently online to be able to deal with that. If she isn't, then we will submit. This is a very, very important issue. It's the one we've been focusing on in KZN. And we will certainly submit a report with regard to that matter. On the aspirant prosecutor program, yeah, it's the advocate, Ms. Modise will deal with that. And I think maybe I'll just hand over to them now, and then I will look at other questions that we have not answered and come back, Chair. So can I first ask CD Modise to come on and deal with the aspirant prosecutor program? Or maybe I'm not sure if it's you or it's NPS or Daphne. Perhaps you can come on board. CD?
Thank you, NDPP. Yes, on the issue of the aspirant prosecutor programs, we do, when we take them in the first 3 months, we focus on theoretical training. And once that is done, then they're taken through the process where they attend court and observations to see how it is done. And then only later do they get allocated cases. The issue that we probably release them too early to go to court, leading to malicious prosecution cases. We are aware of some of the shortcomings in the program, and given that this year we have taken a very limited number, part of the plan going into the next intake is we are then going through a process where we will be standardizing, and we are reviewing the training from different regions to see that everybody's doing the training in accordance with the manual and the guidance that we've provided for the training. But we are, as part of that as well, reviewing to ensure that going into the future, we're able to standardize, and we're also able to get everyone to be trained on the same issues around the same time, so that we deal with the gaps that may happen. We have noted that in some instances, others may not have received enough training, but it also may be that they were slower than others and they could not catch on with the rest of the team. But that's something that we are working on. We are, it's part of our plans for this year. Thank you.
Thank you, CD. So just to ensure that we haven't missed any questions, I'm going to come back to each of the heads of entities and ask them to please, if there's anything that we haven't responded to, anything we're going to be responding to in writing, if we can please cover those. So can I come back to NPS? Is there any outstanding questions or anything that we haven't said we will respond to in writing?
Thank you, National Director. I think the questions with regard to specific matters, Mediosa, the life Esidimeni, those matters in KwaZulu-Natal, those we'll respond to in writing because those are quite specific matters. That way we can provide an adequate level of detail to those matters. We do take note of the issue of backlogs, and it is something we have been monitoring, and we do work with our other stakeholders to address. But each case has to be addressed on a case level. It's not something that we can globally say this is how we're going to address it. So there are various forums, both led by the judiciary, the case flow management committees, the various forums where we do talk with our stakeholders, and we'll continue to try and do it to work the backlogs down. So thank you, NDPP.
Thank you, Advocate Smith. Can I come to Advocate Johnson? Is there anything that hasn't been covered that perhaps I'm not sure that there is, but I'm looking through the questions, but I just want to make sure we cover all bases.
Thank you, NDPP, Honorable Chair and members. I think the ID will provide a brief written response with regards to the issue raised by the Honorable Mem Kwebane on ABB. There was then only one issue that the Honorable Manyi raised in the chat, Chair, about warrants being required, and they are in terms of the treaty and not as part of DIRCO protocols, and that no warrants were in fact given. I just would like to reiterate, Chair, that we did provide warrants. When the extradition request was denied, we then wrote through the DG to ask, can they indicate if the warrants we provided were in fact made available to the court that made the decision. We never received a response to that question, even though those questions were raised on the 4th of May, 2023. And then to indicate that attached to that note verbal, Honorable Chair, there was copies of the warrants that had been part of the extradition request sent again so that the Central Authority could see what we had attached to those. If that response, Honorable Chair, is still insufficient, I'm sure the Honorable Member will then submit a supplemental question, but that is as far as I can take it. Thank you, NDPP, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Advocate Rabaji Rastava, I don't think there was anything with asset forfeiture, but can I just come to you for completeness?
NDPP, yes. Maybe what we could have, what I could have said was to explain that with the SAP resolution which I led, the tainted contracts were about 1.2 billion. And that's disgorgement, tainted contracts, the money is paid back. And then the car amount was 750 million, just to give a little bit more breakdown. But I thought that when we get invited to present on the CDARM or non-trial resolutions, then we'll be able to explain the directive, explain the law, and then, just give more details and more breakdown on the figures. But I think I've answered all the questions. Thank you, NDPP, for the opportunity.
Jira Sataba. If I can just look at the questions that are in the chat. I did mention on the Nolly Prosecuting that there's a process and there must be a request for a certificate. Advocate Johnson has dealt with the extradition warrant issues. The issue of state security companies that are owning a lot of guns, that is a whole of government approach that needs to be dealt with. There are lots of challenges with the security companies, and this is one of them. Certainly, if the police make arrests, we will deal with them. If there's illegal possession of firearms, we'll deal with them. But the whole issue that's been raised is something that's not something that the NPA itself can deal with. I'm not sure if it's even in the mandate of the NPA to deal with this. If there are crimes committed, we'll certainly prosecute. But this is something that needs to be looked at either as the JCPS cluster or, in fact, a whole of government approach to deal with this issue. Chair, on the issue of, there was an issue of private and public sector corruptions, and it seemed to be the suggestion that the private sector are actually getting away with it, and the public sector, the focus is on the public sector. Our stats that we presented shows, in fact, the opposite, that the private sector, in the public sector, over 700 government officials were prosecuted in this period, and with regard to the private sector, over 1,000 private sector officials have been convicted. I do want to make one point that I have mentioned before, that corruption, the root cause of corruption is generally, the root causes is lack of good governance and lack of ethical leadership. If you have ethical leaders in place, no matter how hard the private sector tries, they will not be able to corrupt you as a leader. So it's important that we in government try to ensure that we have, in order to deal with the issue of corruption, that we appoint ethical leaders who are not corrupted by those in the private sector who are inclined that way. I'm hoping that we have dealt with all the questions. I'm looking at the chat. I don't see anything more there. I think we have. If there's anything else, we are ready to be reminded. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No, actually, the question is that the end?
The missing persons, DPP and DPP. The missing
NDP, can you come
to
the
issue?
Just the issue. Yes, Honorable Nkwebane. Now, NDP, can you come urgently to the issues of the missing persons?
Yes.
Just give it a comment. I think that is what you might have missed.
Yes. Can I ask that this is something we respond to in writing, please? We will send a report in writing on this.
Okay,
issue.
thank you. Thank you. Now, actually, the issue of prosecution of the private sector was actually to say that it's refreshing that your numbers suggest that there is more work done against the corruption in the private sector. But what we were actually saying as a remark was to say that the perception out there suggests difference, not that you are not necessarily prosecuting corruption in the private sector. Now, honorable members, I think this brings us to the end of the portfolio committee meeting today. We thank all of you who would have taken part, all of you who would have voiced constructive inputs. Thank you to even you, the National Prosecuting Authority and DPP and the entire team. Until we meet again, honorable members, that marks the end of the meeting. The meeting is officially adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, colleague.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members.